Mr. Parrish, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Commissioner.
Before you do, there's a couple of matters arising from yesterday afternoon that I wish to deal with. At transcript page 250 yesterday, Mr. Byrne gave some evidence about a meeting on the 18th of December 2020. This was a community meeting at I think it was the RSL. I can't quite remember the location at the moment, but it came to my attention yesterday that meeting is recorded and is available on the Council's YouTube channel. I was just going to inquire with you in relation to some of the meetings that have been referred to and others that may be referred to that are available on that channel. Do you propose to notionally tender them in evidence before me?
Yes, Commissioner. I will be providing a notional tender on those. It will probably involve the date, the description, and if the technology allows it, a hyperlink, and it will be notionally tendered that way in due course.
Yes, excellent. Well, if that list could have a link that could then be put on the website, and then people, should they wish to do so, could link to the relevant meeting. The second matter arising from that passage of evidence was at transcript page 257. You examined Mr. Byrne about a KPMG report. Do you wish to tender that?
Yes, Commissioner. I'll tender that now. It's the KPMG report dated 13 July 2021 and addressed to Mr. V. May, Interim Administrator, Wingecarribee Shire Council. It comprises 3 pages.
All right. Exhibit J will be a report of KPMG dated 13 July 2021, addressed to the Interim Administrator. I assume this is probably already on the Council's website, so there's no reason why it can't go on ours. Yes, I'll ask that to be placed on the website as soon as possible. And finally, you may wish to, if you don't have it in front of you, have the transcript of yesterday. There's just a minor, on one view, correction for those who are observing. The transcription process service is excellent, but occasionally the odd word here or there is missed or misheard. Unless it matters to the evidence, I don't propose to pick them up. But the one that I think ought to be corrected is on page 259, starting at line 5. I asked Mr. Byrne, do you think in addressing that concern, as I understand it, there's no local planning panel? And then I continue on. My recollection is that I said, as I understand it, there is now a local planning panel. Do you agree with that, Mr. Parrish?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, so if that correction to that passage can be made and the corrected transcript can be placed on the website in due course. Are there any other transcript matters that came to your attention?
No, Commissioner.
All right. You proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. My next witness is Mr. Jeff Byrne.
Required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Which would you prefer?
The affirmation?
No, just that.
Oh, okay. Affirmation. Okay.
Affirmation. Yes. But you sincerely affirm that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner. Councillor Scandrick has an application.
Okay. Well, you'll have to come forward, and you'll need to be. I'm sorry, Mr. Riley, if we could swap places with you so you can be heard and transcribed. Just over to this side.
Thank you, Commissioner. I understand the process for cross-examining any witnesses is to request that before that witness speaks or at the beginning of the session today. So that's what I'm going to do now, if that's okay.
Well, two things. This is an administrative inquiry. There is no such thing as cross-examination.
Poor choice of words.
There is a process for seeking leave to appear, including to ask questions of witnesses set out in the practice direction, but which witnesses do you seek leave to ask questions of?
I may be seeking leave to ask questions of Mr. Byrne, Miss Kennedy and Mr. Mooney.
All right, well, what I propose to do then is to hear the evidence of each of those witnesses. If there are matters that you wish to address with the witness at the end of the examination, but for example, Mr. Mooney is legally represented, so before I ask his representative whether he wishes to ask questions, then I'll turn to you. You can expect that I will require you to identify topics and questions that you wish to ask of the witnesses before I determine whether that leave will be granted. There will be no general grant of leave to ask questions.
No.
Examination is done by counsel assisting, and I won't permit the same ground to be covered over. Is that all clear?
Yes, Commissioner. I believe it's the same process you applied to Mr. Marquardt on Tuesday.
Well, I was informed that he may make an application, and ultimately he didn't, so the process wasn't needed to be gone through. But be that as it may, so I won't determine the application at the moment. So what I'll do at the end of counsel assisting's examination of the first witness, if you wish to make an application to examine that witness at that time, you can do so, and I'll deal with it then.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish, over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Byrne, can I ask you to start with some background about yourself, your vocation, how long you've lived in the area?
Sure. I guess my background is, first of all, in the canning industry, the glass packaging industry, which included PET bottles, and then the paper industry, which was mainly servicing the fast food market. I've lived here for 26 years now, I think it is, 25. Initially at Byrne and then predominantly here in Bowral. Oh, not here in Bowral, but in Bowral. I've been, is that sufficient? Or?
Yes, thank you. You've had significant dealings with the council over the years. Is there any particular reason why you have perhaps had more to do with the council than the average resident in the Shire?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
You have had close contact with the council over the years.
I have,
Is that
yes.
correct?
Mm.
Perhaps more so than the average ratepayer? Is that
I would
correct?
think so.
And why is that?
I'm interested in civic affairs. Initially, I was asked to join one of the council committees as a community representative. That was the committee advising on the management of the Resource Recovery Centre. That morphed into the Business Units Committee, which included then the sale yards. I guess it started from there. And in that process, of course, I got to know a number of councillors quite well.
Can I ask when you first became involved in the Resource Recovery Centre Committee?
Oh, because when it founded, I can't quite remember, but I would think it's probably 15 years ago, 14 or 15 years ago.
And how long were you a member of that group?
Well, until they were basically disbanded. The RRC morphed into the business units, and that was called, I think it's about 3 years ago that finally was disbanded.
And can you please tell me how these committees or business units worked practically? How often did you meet? Who met? What was discussed?
They met I think probably, I can't quite remember, but probably every 2 or 3 months. And it was really just to offer the experiences a couple of local business people in the main on things that could be done to improve the service both at the RRC and sale yards. There would generally be at least one councillor, sometimes up to 3, and 3, maybe 4 community representatives, plus the staff, of course.
Do I take it from your answer that you had experience with councillors in both the 2016 to 2020 term, but also the 2012 to 2016 term? Is that correct?
Yes, I was certainly I was involved and quite interested in council as far back as I think Ms. Juliet Arkwright was the first mayor I actually remember seeing at a meeting. I used to come to meetings quite regularly.
I'll ask you some questions about your impression of the culture and tone of both council meetings and your experience of the committee in a moment. But can I ask, did you notice any change in the committee or council meetings that you attended between terms?
I think it's fair to say that council meetings have progressively gotten less professional and far more personal. They were quite unacceptable as far as I was concerned. It was there was quite a bit of, in my opinion, bad behaviour and diversions that became quite personal.
I might just ask you a bit more about that in a second, but before I get to that, just going back to the committee that you were involved in, what was your impression about how that functioned? Was that a useful and effective consultation?
I think it could have been better. It took, they were business units, and it was, in my opinion, excuse me, quite difficult to morph a business into the council's operation, where in council's operation all the money you get is considered a negative and all the money you spend is considered positive, which, you know, is, I think council probably shouldn't have operated things as a business, personally. But the meetings themselves were generally quite positive. The information that we got eventually, we were a bit disappointed in the complexity of it. That improved dramatically. And I think the meetings were very positive, and I'd have to say they were very well chaired.
Do you recall who the chair was, or various persons?
I think the chair, and for the whole time, was Councillor Gare. I'm pretty sure he was always the chairman.
And we're talking about the committees and the business units that we were involved.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. In respect of council meetings, did you have occasion to attend them from time to time during the 2016 to 2020 term?
I attended very regularly. I would think most meetings I attended.
You've already given us some impressions of your view of the conduct at those briefly. More specifically, what struck you about the way that those meetings in this term were conducted?
Well, I think it was, they were very difficult, and this goes back to when Councillor Arkwright was mayor. They were very difficult to manage because there was a lot of interruptions, sometimes very pointless, almost just to make a point, and it seemed to me almost deliberate. And that continued all the way through. until the council was actually dismissed.
Do I take it from your evidence before that your impression was that whilst that conduct had existed before the 2016 term, it got progressively worse during the 2016-2020 term?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I'd agree with that.
In your impression, was there any reason for that degradation of behaviour or conduct?
Well, I can't identify what the reason would be. It struck me as being totally unnecessary. But yeah, it certainly. There were two councillors in particular, I felt, were sort of almost set out to be disruptive.
Are you comfortable saying who you thought those councillors were?
Yeah, I thought Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Turland were the main problems for any chairman to handle.
Can you give examples of events you witnessed that led to your conclusion that those two councillors were a cause of disruption?
Examples, the constant interruptions, and in Councillor Turland's case, often very angry outbursts, total disregard for the chair. That it just was almost a continuous. Every meeting there would be something brought up, and interruptions, and I just thought they made it very difficult for any chairperson.
Were you left with the impression when Councillor Halstead was mayor that he had sufficient control of the meetings as chair?
I would think Councillor Halstead did manage that, yeah. Probably as well as anyone in the last three mayors.
Can you give me your impression of whether you thought Councillor Gare, when he was mayor, was able to exercise sufficient control over the meetings?
He was initially. As I said, I think he was a very competent chairperson. He knew the rules, he knew meeting procedure, more than most people did. But I think he became quite frustrated by just the continual interruptions and bad behaviour that continued to go on.
You had, at least on 2 occasions, disputes with senior staff and councillors in the allocation of funds. Is that correct?
I think disputes is probably not quite the right word. I'm trying to think of what the second one was. I remember one quite vividly.
Can you tell us about your recollection of...
Yeah, that was to do with the disbursement of funds from the environment levy, which is a levy that the community agreed to many years ago. That money was earmarked for the natural environment, keeping it as it was and restoring it where necessary. It was a very effective fund and operation, but I can't quite remember the year, 2018, 19, it might have been 2018-19. The council decided that it was going to help fund a local art gallery, and it hadn't been budgeted, and so council decided that they would take I think it was $350,000, that sort of figure, from the reserves of the Environment Fund, and claimed at the time that that would not affect the operation of that group of people and what would be done. It was relatively easy to show that that was in fact incorrect, and and the forward estimates from one year to the next dropped remarkably in the environment levy budget. As I say, it wasn't really a dispute. It was as soon as that was pointed out, the money was found somewhere else.
Mr. Byrne, was that something that arose in your role as a member of the committee to which you referred earlier, or was this something you rose independently of that?
I wasn't a member of the Environment Committee, but I did attend a public meeting when this first was raised in the public. It was quite a vigorous meeting, I suppose, and I was nominated to be one of the people that approached council to try and get them to change their mind. And and then I did find these figures, and after that it was a lay down the air. Council backed off completely.
So I take it from your answers to Mr. Parish earlier that you were satisfied with how that issue was dealt with and resolved after you raised it?
I was satisfied, yes.
And how did you find the interaction with staff about that issue? Was it professional and appropriate in your view?
Yeah, I'd had a bit to do with staff before, particularly when the council I had applied for an extra a rate increase, and that was granted, and I was concerned that the money might get frittered away, so I used to monitor where it was spent, and as far as I know it was spent exactly as the way it was, the purpose it was raised for.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, do you recall when that public meeting was that you just referred to?
Or,
How many years ago?
I think it's probably in the last 3, maybe 4 years, time passes. I know it was at the Barrel Community, at Civic Centre in Barrel.
Do you recall who chaired that meeting and who was present, if anyone, from the council?
I'm fairly sure it was, I can't quite remember, but I know Mr. Clive West was instrumental in organising that meeting, and I know obviously he was there. Councillor Gare was there, and so was Councillor Larry. I can't think of his surname, sorry.
Would it be Mr. Whipper?
Yeah, Carrie. Yeah, Councillor Whipper.
Can you tell me about your impressions about how that meeting was conducted and how the councillors interacted with the community?
Both councillors were very defensive and offensive at the same time, and saying that the money had to be found somewhere and this is it. But the mayor did agree to meet a delegation the following week, but they were both very definite that the money was going to come out of that fund at that stage.
And you said in the words that send a shiver up transcribers' hearts that it was a lay down misere in the end. Is that
well?
right?
I think the figures were just so conclusive, and I guess it put a lie to the fact that nothing was going to be affected in the operation of the Environment Fund.
Do I understand your evidence then that it was your impression that they did listen to you, acknowledged their mistakes and changed course appropriately?
That's right, yes.
Commissioner, do you have any more questions on that topic?
No, thank you.
Is there anything more generally that you would like to address the Commissioner on that we haven't covered that pertains to the terms of reference?
Well, the thing that I wrote my submission, because I'm reading the terms of reference. The first one is whether members of council governing body fully understand their roles and responsibilities. Well, I think most of the councillors, in fact, did understand that, and acted accordingly.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
All right. Is there to be an application?
Yes.
You'll have to come forward. Sorry, Mr. Riley. All right. What are the topics that you wish to seek leave?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, it's hard to hear.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah, these microphones.
I'm trying to get better.
Got to be like that.
Yes. What topics do you seek to examine, Mr. Byrne, about?
Just the background on the Sale Yards Committee and the way that issues were handled there. I'd like to also go to the matter of the environment levy and the public gathering regarding that. That's my primary questions.
Which terms of reference do those questions go to?
I think it's part one of your 4 terms of reference, the capability of councillors.
Well, what I think I'll do, I'll let you ask the question and then I'll rule on each question as we go, because at the moment I'm not clear on how this ultimately will help me, but I'll let you proceed for the moment and we'll see how we go. But for future applications, I think I'm going to need you to be a bit more specific on particular questions that you wish to ask. There's no criticism of you. This is I expect a different process. There is no general right of examination, but I'll let you proceed this morning and we'll see how we go. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. I know I don't have the benefit of Mr. Byrne's submission, so the whole thing is a bit winged, isn't it?
I assume you're not cavilling with my ruling by making that comment?
I'm sorry?
You're not cavilling with my directions
Not
about
in the least.
submissions, are you?
No.
Yes, didn't think so.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne, could you indicate if you are aware of the training that councillors undertook in terms of governance and procedure and risk, that sort of...
How does that help me?
It goes to
That evidence can come from other sources, can't it?
Yes.
And there'll be records about it, won't there?
Well, that appears to be an issue of some concern, Commissioner, in terms of the amount of records kept by council on training.
Sure, but...
I certainly can comment on that.
And you may well have the opportunity when it comes time to give evidence, but Mr. Byrne's knowledge about that, one way or the other, doesn't help me, does it?
I would say that the Sale Yards Committee, there were issues of risk in there, and reference was made to regularly to council's responsibility in that space.
I think that's a slightly different question. I'm going to reject the question that you've just asked, and you can perhaps put another one, but Mr. Byrne's knowledge or otherwise of councillor training ultimately doesn't help me. I hear what you say about the issue of councillor training generally, and there are other forms, I think, that are more useful for me for that evidence to come out.
May I just say that councillors were in the first term invited to take additional training, and
now's not the opportunity to make submissions to me, and you have given an opportunity to do so. If you formulate your next question, we'll see how we go.
Okay, I'll try and do that, yes. Thank you. Mr. Byrne, in relation to the environment levy matters you raised, and how that was being redirected to fund the art gallery in East Barrel, you made the statement that council determined. Are you saying all councillors determined that, or council as a majority vote?
My recollection is that all but 2 of the councillors, and I can't think of the second one, but I know one, who voted against that allocation.
Could you name that councillor?
That was Councillor Mark Watt.
Okay. And you said there was a meeting at Barrel. Are you aware there was another meeting? I think from recollection you were at it, actually.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Are you aware there was another meeting regarding the environment levy prior to the Barrel Memorial Hall meeting. It was
No,
a
I'm
couple,
not aware of that.
right. That was the one at East Barrel.
I think the answer is,
I
I
attended
think the
both.
answer is he's not aware of it.
If that was,
Okay, that's answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything arising, Mr. Parish?
No, Commissioner.
All right. Mr. Byrne, thank you for taking the time to come along this morning.
No problem at all.
There's no reason why Mr. Byrne ought not be excused.
No.
Yes, you're excused for further attendance under your summons.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Parish.
My next witness is Mr. Richard Mooney.
Yes. Mr. Riley, you appear for Mr. Mooney while he's giving his evidence? Yes, you have that leave. Thank you.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to give is required to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Mr. Parish.
Mr. Mooney, could you please give us a bit of background about your vocation, your role at the council, and how long you've been in the Shire area for?
Absolutely. Firstly, good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Mr. Parish. My role here at Council commenced in April 2015 when I took on the position of CFO, Chief Financial Officer. That was after working for a period of approximately 17 years in senior finance roles within the local government industry. Upon taking on my role in 2017, my portfolio included corporate finance, revenue, procurement, fleet, payroll, and also property services. I held that role until most recently August 2021, where an opportunity arose to be closer to my family, and I voluntarily resigned from the organisation on what I believe to be very good terms.
Can you tell me a little bit about your reporting lines within council, who you reported to, the sorts of staff you were responsible for?
Yeah, happy to do so, Mr. Parish. So initially when I was employed as a CFO, the direct reporting line was to the Deputy General Manager, Operations, Finance and Risk, Mr. Barry Paul, who then reported to the General Manager, Miss Anne Prendergast. It's probably prudent at this stage, Mr. Parish, to also make you aware that during the period of August 2020 to August 2021, I held the position of Acting Deputy General Manager, Operations and Finance and Risk for a substantial period of that time due to vacancies within our executive team.
I just want to ask you a few questions about how you and your role as a staff member interacted with councillors and reported to them. Can you tell the Commissioner a little
Sorry,
bit?
Mr. Parish, before you do, I just, could the witness be shown Exhibit A? Sorry to cut you off, but whilst I remember this.
Volume 1 or Volume 2?
Volume 1, it's page 4.
Took on my reading glasses. Yeah, okay. Yes, I have that now, Commissioner.
Thank you. That's the organisational structure version 8 as at 30 September 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, correct.
Was that, I appreciate the names might have changed, but did the structure largely remain the same until, let's just say, the appointment of the interim administrator?
That would be a fair assessment, Commissioner.
Yes, and do I take it, I just didn't quite catch the your acting role. Was that acting Deputy Manager, Operations, Finance and Risk? Is that where you stepped into that role?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes.
At the time, Mr. Barry Paul was in the acting General Manager's role.
I see.
So, as you can appreciate, the two roles stepped up.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to have taken you off course, Mr. Parish.
How many staff reported to you? How many staff were you managing?
Approximately 26 to 28 staff.
Just to go back to the topic before, the Commissioner asked a few questions. Can you give the inquiry an overview into how quarterly budget review statements works, your involvement with them and how that interacted with the governing body?
Yeah, I can, Mr. Parish, and in doing so I'll aim to address the first question that you asked as well about interaction with councillors, if memory serves me correct.
Yes.
So in line with Council's adopted staff interaction with councillors, my position was identified as one of the positions that was permitted to have contact directly with councillors. My role didn't necessarily require day-to-day interaction with councillors. My interaction with councillors was primarily on briefing days, so 3 out of the 4 Wednesdays of the month were either allocated towards briefings to be held by staff, council or committee meetings, with the 4th Wednesday being a free day, for want of a better term, for the councillors. So I would invariably attend those briefings, and obviously I would also attend council meetings. Mr. Parish, bringing it back to your second part of your question, the quarterly budget review statement. The quarterly budget review statement is a quarterly financial report that council is required, all councils are required to submit to council for formal endorsement within 8 weeks of the quarter end. The process that we would go through, and I'll try and summarise this as best as possible, the internal components is that our budget team would meet with the various sections of the organisation. We would compile a list of variations against approved projects. We would identify any unfunded projects which would require a formal resolution of council to be included in the budget. The report would be peer reviewed by myself and the Deputy General Manager of Operations and Finance and Risk before being presented to the General Manager for final sign-off and circulation of the councillors. The councillors would receive those reports via the Finance Committee. So Wingecarribee, and there are a few councils, albeit rural, regional councils who do it, but Wingecarribee Council is a council that still, up until the appointment of the administrator, operated with a separate Finance Committee that dealt with all finance matters separately. Those minutes were then reported to full council for adoption. So the quarterly budget review statement would be presented to the Finance Committee meeting, which would be held on the 3rd Wednesday every 8 weeks, for better or worse. My role as the CFO was to effectively provide guidance to the chair of that committee, the chair being the mayor of the day. But obviously, given the nature of the reports, given the technical nature, the mayor of the day, both from 2016 to 2018 and 2018 and 2020, relied heavily on me to be able to guide councillors through the reports.
Can I just go back to the start of that answer? If you can assist me as someone financially borderline illiterate, you talked about compiling a list of variations on projects and then you referred to unfunded projects. Was that basically, we have a project going at the moment, you have allocated a certain amount of money to it based presumably on a previous quarterly budget, we are under or over on that,
Correct.
We need approval and sign off on that. And then the other category, we have unfunded projects. We have a new project we propose to get up and running. This is our budget and we expect we will need this much money for that. And when we seek your approval for that amount of money.
And Mr. Parish, a really good example of that is that as part of our asset inspection regime, our asset team may come to us and say, we've got a really big issue with a culvert pit in the back of Mossvale. It's been found to be defective. From a public safety perspective, we need to address it now. I want to be very, very clear about this. The delegations to the council can exercise to staff are clearly outlined in section 377 of the Act. Okay? I want to be very, very clear that this organisation takes its responsibilities in terms of only council being the body that is able to vote funds is something that we've always taken very seriously, contrary to the views of others.
I might come to that soon, Mr. Mooney. But what were the other mechanisms, if any, by which you reported and sought funds and generally monitored the budget with council? What other processes or documents?
Yeah, there were other processes, Mr. Parrish, and they were primarily due to timing. There were occasions where separate reports were prepared and presented to full council simply because of the timing of quarterly budget reviews not necessarily aligning with the need to get a decision from council regarding specific projects. So there are many examples of reports which are of essentially a financial nature, where we've sought an adjustment to budget by council through a separate report.
What a lawyer might call an ad hoc report.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just turning briefly to the briefing days, can you describe how they worked from the Finance Committee point of view and how they worked from your point of view? I take it you had to prepare and report to the committee?
Yep.
And was that every 3 out of 4 Wednesdays, or was it?
No, so it was 4 times. We held Finance Committee 4 times a year. So yeah, it would be held every 2 months, every 2 or 3 months.
And when you weren't in the Finance Committee, what was your role in the briefings that took place on Wednesdays?
Invariably, there were briefings that were provided by other sections of council that required some financial expertise. It's not uncommon for projects to have broader financial implications. Being someone of a corporate services background as well, there were opportunities that I could provide value from a procurement perspective, and in some cases, depending on who the staff were in the room, on governance matters as well. So, yeah, a sound head in the room to identify any potential issues that the council may need to be aware of or cognizant of.
Can you give me your general impressions of those briefings during the 2016 to 2020 term?
Happy to do so, Mr. Parrish. And by way of context, what I might also do is also just outline the way those briefings were run when I first started council.
Please.
I arrived at a very unique time in Wingecarribee Shire's history, one where I believe that from a councillor perspective, it probably had never been more unified. The reason for that being is the New South Wales State Government at that point were driving its Fit for the Future reform agendas, which was essentially about amalgamation. And there was a real genuine fear within the broader Shire, and particularly the councillors, that there was a potential de-amalgamation in the case of Wingecarribee on the card. So I arrived in an organisation which, despite what I knew as a council that had quite a colourful history over the past 20 years, was quite different. There was very much a unified approach to what the organisation believed that they needed to achieve to remain a standalone council.
Can I just pause? This is 2016, is that 2015? Correct. When you first joined. Thank you.
We roll into 2016 in the new council, and I would describe the behaviour of the first couple of years, albeit even the first 3 or 4 years, albeit there were occasions where personalities did pop up. There were times where there was disagreements between certain councillors, but I would suggest that during that first 3-year period, they were the exception rather than the norm. For me personally, what really saw a significant change in the mindset in how the briefings were held and how councillor interaction with senior staff really started to deteriorate. Twofold, the bushfires and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. There are scenes that senior staff in this organisation have witnessed that I think will live with them for the rest of their lives, and they would be, I think, from a professional perspective, very, very disappointed with what they saw and the manner and the behaviours that a number of our councillors displayed.
Can you tell the inquiry what those are?
I can provide examples.
Yes.
The first meeting after the bushfire, which was a terrible, terrible experience for those members in the public who had so sadly lost their homes due to the bushfires, and obviously those memories were still so raw for them. I think that is something that will be very much in the remit of this inquiry.
Can I pause there? Were you at that meeting?
Correct, I was. At one stage, I requested or had to assist the minute taker, and please don't think these comments are taking anything away from what I believe to be of the utmost importance, that is the hurt and decimation that those people who were at the meeting who had been impacted by the fire. They were obviously the most significantly impacted people. I'm just addressing the behaviours of the councillors and how that impacted on staff. So we had a situation where our minute taker had to be removed from the room just because the ferocity of the debate was just too much. At the end of the meeting, a very close colleague of mine, Miss Danielle Lidgard, was verbally abused at length by a councillor and then questioned by another councillor, which was totally inappropriate, absolutely inappropriate behaviour. I interjected, used some fairly forceful language in terms of needing the individual needing to correct his behaviour. But that is just one example of where we really did start to see a significant slide in the relationship between council and senior staff.
What about council and the public, at least focusing on that specific meeting for now? What was your impression about how the councillors, either as a whole or individuals, dealt with the public in that meeting in particular, first of all?
It was very disappointing.
In what way, what behaviour did you see towards the public which led you to that view?
I think it was disappointing because I think there are simple steps that could have been taken that could have completely changed the atmosphere within the room. Better communication as to, well, what are we here to talk about? Because that is something that I think the Shire and the advocacy groups within the Shire, because there are many, more so than most places, you'll have an advocacy group say, well, this is what it's about. No one say, well, this is what it's about. But council, ultimately, it's their meeting, and it's about setting a very clear tone that, okay, well, this is what we want to achieve out of this meeting, and being on the front foot around communication. And this may upset a few people within the organisation, but I felt that we let the people who were attending that meeting and the broader community, I felt that we let them down at that meeting.
What causes you to say that?
Well, again, I'll come back to the point that it was a meeting that we should have known we were dealing with people who were highly emotional, were going to be highly agitated, had very little understanding of bushfire response and who the lead agency should be, and what then the role council is that council plays. A lot of that communication, I know that there were attempts for us to try and disseminate that information, and I certainly understand that we have gone on in leaps and bounds in terms of better preparing ourselves when the next event occurs, but that doesn't help the residents who have been impacted in Balmoral and down in Bundanoon.
Yes. while we're on the topic of communication, I want to take it away from the bushfire example and be communication more generally. From your perspective, was the council as an organisation effectively communicating with the community in the 2016 term?
I think generally we did a good job. There are a number of high-profile projects where we have been criticised about that communication. My firm belief is that that communication was disrupted because information was leaked.
Yes.
And that did not do council any favour in terms of being able to send out a clear, cohesive message around those key projects. Commissioner, if I may, just quickly walk you through major projects.
Yes, please.
There is and there always will be a need for governments at all tiers to constantly manage project budgets, significant capital project budgets. We at Council here have taken a lot of positive steps forward in terms of introducing a project management framework, getting the right bodies on board, but invariably they're still going to occur. You're still going to have unknowns come out of projects, latent conditions that will result in variations. Now, my role as a CFO was not to run to the GM or to the council and say, I've got $1 million problem, and then shrug my shoulders. That's not what I'm employed to do. My job is to say, right, we've got $1 million problem. Let's have a look at what funding strategies and funding mechanisms we can utilise. First of all, obviously, you want to make sure that you're getting value for that $1 million and that it's actually in line with the project. But ultimately, you would then look at, well, is there grant opportunities? Is there ways that we can pull back the scope of some other projects, or are there savings available? Are there internal cash reserves? You know, potentially where does our debt servicing ratio sit at the moment? So is loan borrowings a lever that we can pull? These are all the things that we would investigate, because ultimately this is a project that the council has endorsed. We would then go to council, typically via briefing, make them aware of the problem. This is a variance. The reason for the variance is X, Y, Z. External agency requires us to modify a roundabout. Otherwise, they're not going to sign off on the overall project. That results in a project variation. We would work them through all of those changes. We would then say, right, well, councillors, your options are in front of you. You can proceed, and this is what we believe to be a viable funding strategy, or other options are de-scope works, etc., etc. Now, again, this comes back to 377 of the Act, and why I'm going to often repeat back to this. That would be reported back to council as a formal report, as you said, Mr. Parish, an ad hoc report, and we would communicate it through that channel. You know, media releases would then hang off it. We have never been helped in this organisation by getting to the stage of where we brief the councillors, we've got the $38 million, well, that's a poor example, because that was never going to be funded at $38 million. But let's just say the example is the Civic Centre at 9.2 and the councillors wanted to add the $8.5 million to do the work over here. I apologise, I'm losing my train of thought. So as I said, we would effectively communicate that through the council report. But that information was being leaked out. It was getting leaked out to media outlets. It was being leaked out to other advocacy groups who were hell-bent on just saying, council's blown its budget. No recognition of the fact that, okay, well, like any tier of government, we've identified a variation, we've considered our options, and this is what we believe are appropriate solutions that we can put forward to council for formal resolution.
Did that have an effect on your ability to do your job?
The information being leaked?
Yes.
Not my job personally, but it certainly hindered the council's ability, the broader council's ability, to deal with it, because it wasn't in a controlled fashion. They were having to bat off responses where the councillors were in a position saying, well, I can't be addressing this now. I need to wait until the actual reports. And the formal report with all of the solutions is presented to council, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Yes.
What
Thank you.
about your morale? Did that affect your morale when matters were being leaked outside the usual process? Either yours or if you can give any examples from staff who reported to you.
Frustration would be probably a better word. Where resilience is something that you quickly develop at Wingecarribee.
Why do you say that?
The cut and thrust of dealing with a particular handful of councillors. Not all of them, but the cut and thrust with a particular handful of councillors. Yeah, you need to be able to bounce pretty quickly.
Who were the particular handful who required that level of resilience to deal with?
Look, it may be best, Commissioner, if I talk about the incidents and then relay that back to the councillors.
Yes,
if that suits.
I'll let Mr. Parrish explore that with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've, it seems to me, skirted around the Station Street bypass to an extent in dealing with this topic. You may not have had better things to do with your time, but there was some evidence in this inquiry about, from concerned residents about the budget and the way it escalated in the Station Street bypass project. Can you give us your experience and impression and indeed first-hand knowledge of how that process was worked through at the time?
Yeah, happy to do so, Mr. Parrish, and I'll hopefully be able to provide a little bit more detail because obviously that was a project that was gaining a fair bit of pace when I was acting DGM Operations Finance and Risk. So the project was born out of, and if I'm repeating anything that I may not have heard yet because obviously I haven't had amount of time to watch yesterday's hearings.
Don't trouble yourself about it, Mr.
Okay.
Mooney. You answer in the way you see fit.
Okay, so the project was originally born out of a grant, a $7.5 million grant, as I believe, through the Illawarra Restart project, so the sale of Port Campbell. Council had $2 million in what was referred to as developer contributions, now 711 contributions to allocate towards the project. The project, when I first started in 2015, had seemed to drag on a bit as a result of that and as a result of further refinement to the scoping of the project, because I want to be really clear here, the funding announcement had very little in the way of scoping around it. Okay, it was, as I understood, limited to 1 or 2 pages, which is not how we scope projects. It's not how Wingecarribee scopes projects nowadays. It's not how any council scopes projects nowadays. So, if memory serves me correct, it would have been about 2018. We identified via cost escalation and also some additional scoping that was included around landscaping, and there may even have been some bringing Telstra lines under the ground, and we increased the budget to about 12.272 million, thereabouts. I haven't got the figures in front of me.
Can I just stop you there? When you say we identified, was that you and the CFO role who identified it, or are you liaising with other departments at the same time?
Collectively, the project management group would have approached us and said, we've got this problem. So when I use the we vernacular, we, I'm talking about we and myself and other senior financial staff. There was then another cost variation which brought the budget up to about $15 million. The reasons at this stage do escape me, but I am aware there was a report that went to council, and I have a copy of the report here with me. There was a report that was prepared for the meeting 12th of May, which was prepared by myself and the current group manager of capital projects, which provides all of the history in terms of the variations. Sorry, Commissioner. 12th of May.
2018?
2021.
Oh, 2021, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, it was a closeout report.
Yes, yes,
That's where we
I
killed
follow.
it.
Sorry, I thought you were referring back
Yeah,
to
no, that's
2018.
fine.
Thank you.
So where was I? So that led us to a point of where we had a budget of give or take 18.262 million. There were significant negotiations which were required with Tahi. I think until about 3 or 4 months ago, Tahi was unknown to most people in New South Wales, but obviously then with the state budget being announced and them realising that they were just shifting all of the state assets into that holding, it's become a lot more popular. But getting back to the case with Station Street, that was the body that we were required to negotiate with respect to the land at Mittagong, where we were potentially looking at doing a proposed land swap. Point that I want to make really clear, and I don't know if this was raised yesterday, but in 2018, Infrastructure New South Wales, who were the funding body providing the $7.5 million, requested that a independent deep dive review be undertaken on the Station Street project. That passed, and the comments were that it was a well presented and well documented project. Okay, so I know you have heard from numerous local experts, but yet again, that is an independent body telling both the funding body and council that the project had merits. So we're at a situation where we had an $18.2 million budget. During September, October, the group manager of capital projects and myself requested that a further cost estimate be prepared based on P90 confidence. P90 confidence essentially means that the estimate is going to give us confidence that the cost is going to be 10% either side. It's at that stage that we were advised it was $38 million. Now, I want to make it really clear at this stage also, at no stage did any member of staff consider moving towards tender for a $38 million project with the full knowledge that we only had $18 million in the budget. Okay? So any comment that we were about to put the pen on a tender document, not correct.
What was the fate of the, well, what was the likely fate of the project once that report came back to you?
So we briefed council, and again, this was around timing, because we really needed to move quickly. We needed to engage with the funding body to assess what the likelihood would be if they accepted a significantly revised scope of the work. So what we were effectively looking at doing, and this is layman's term, this is where I revert back to the finances, not necessarily the engineering, but essentially looking at the job in its entirety from A through to B to C. It was A to C. We were effectively looking at saying, well, within existing budget constraints, we could do A to B. We could then potentially look for alternative grant funding to do B to C.
At some later stage? Or
Sorry.
to do some grants to do B to C at some later stage?
Yeah,
or,
correct, yes. Commissioner. We briefed councillors on the matter, if memory serves me correct, in early December. We had to brief them because the reality is that the then acting general manager needed to formally write to the funding body to see if they were prepared to accept that. It was questionable whether they would. That letter never got sent.
Why?
The events of January and February
I see.
played out.
Yes.
But the figure of $38 million was leaked.
Yes. So after that review, I take it the project was looking, or what could be undertaken was looking different to what had been moving forward until that time. Is that a fair assessment?
So the report on the 12th will be a good report.
Yes, I have read it.
Actually, and I'm sure the Civic Centre refurbishment will come up as well at the request of the administrator, both collectively between the group manager of major projects and myself. We prepared report 10.2 on Wednesday the 12th of May for the Civic Centre refurbishment project. That goes cap in hand also with the review that was undertaken initially by Bob Finch. In his, there's a section there within his financial report, and there was a secondary deep dive review, I believe, that was done on the Civic Centre, which has been handed over as documentation. And there is report 8.1 from the meeting 12th of May, which is a update on the Station Street upgrade project.
Just taking you back to an answer you gave earlier, once the new costings became known, there was a need to go back to the funding agency to see whether they would accept a variation of how the project was to proceed. Did I understand you correctly? Why was that necessary?
I believe it's because ultimately the project, as part of its fundamental merits, must achieve a positive cost-benefit ratio. So it was a need of having to say, well, we're not doing A to C, we're doing A to B.
Yes.
What's that do to the cost-benefit ratio? Which again, if memory serves me correct, it still reported a positive cost-benefit ratio because most of the improvements were up in the area, the most contentious area, but
Yes.
up in the area that we initially were going to undertake works.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Can I just ask on that, there were cost-benefit analysis, is that correct?
Correct.
Were there updates to those?
Yes.
Was it a continual process, as it were?
They were updated upon request.
And the other question I wanted to ask out of what you've just told the Commissioner, and I think is implicit possibly in your answers, you were dealing with state agencies throughout this process, is that correct?
Not me directly, but the organisation was. I, on occasion, was required to speak to some of these senior staff members, but there were numerous meetings that the acting general manager and the general manager both attended in Sydney, but those meetings were largely in the remit of Mr. Paul.
Thank you. I might just say at this stage, Commissioner, just to give you a page reference for the transcript, there is reference to the 12 May 2021 Administrator Minute and Meeting at page 778 of Tender Bundle 2.
Exhibit A?
Which exhibit?
Sorry?
Tender Bundle B.
Exhibit B. Thank you.
We apologise, I'll apologise for the Commissioner if we cut you off halfway through your answer about the Station Street bypasses. Is there anything else you want to say about that for now and your experience of the...
Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
In your opinion, do you think there was regular or appropriate consultation with the community in respect of the Station Street bypass? I'm asking in your role as CFO whether there was anything unusual or out of the ordinary, I guess, about
I believe we do. I believe we do. This isn't going to be to the liking of the ears of the people who have presented previously, but I believe that these individuals who are highly intelligent, highly educated, and I think sometimes they don't realise that we've got highly intelligent, highly educated people behind the doors working for council who are developing these types of plans. But my sense is that they believe consultation was an opportunity to come in and basically throw the baby out with the bathwater. That isn't, in any major capital works program, particularly one that's tied to grant funding, that isn't the approach that we take. We will consult on timing, we will consult on impact to local businesses, we will consult on any peripheral type work that we may be able to undertake to improve an outcome. There seems to be a perception down here that staff can't be trusted in their jobs and that staff don't necessarily look at all alternatives. If you refer to that report that we presented back in May regarding Station Street, there is a section on there around alternatives, and staff did look at alternatives. Alternatives such as having the bypass go up, and local barrel people will cane me for this. I think it's at Kirkham Street, so it's the one that runs on the other side of the bridge, and then it coming over the train line. You know, you're talking 3-4 times the size of what it would cost to upgrade Station Street. We have employed for well over 20 years a well-respected traffic engineer. He is highly regarded both within the industry and within state agencies. He's since retired. His parting words were to us, Station Street will be built at some point. It is you know, the only viable method to breaking the traffic chaos that is Bong Bong Street. Now, these are the views of not an engineer, of someone who isn't a technician. These are simply my views that I'm sharing with you.
Can I ask you, when you say a perception that staff can't be trusted, who are you talking about there? What perception of who?
Trust is probably not the right word. Instead, it's a perception within a small faction of the Barrel community, more often than not, people who move down here from Sydney who have held, you know, quite senior positions, whether that be engineering, planning, legal background, and they come in and they believe that there's better alternative solutions, and that council wouldn't have necessarily considered those solutions. That's not the case.
The fact that despite a consultation process, there were a series of community groups still saying we haven't been consulted. I suppose there's an element of subjectivity about the level of consultation. But do you think it's incumbent on the organisation to take steps to try to correct that perception, or put as much information out there as they can to be able to point to? So here it all is.
Yep, absolutely.
Do you think that happened? Or happened effectively?
Commissioner, I do, but the views of others state otherwise. Yes. So again, as you said, quite rightly, it is subjective. We use an engagement platform, and again, we have a highly engaged community, quite computer or tech savvy. You know, so we do have engagement platforms like you'll say Wingecarribee, which has been a platform that we've used for several years to pretty much provide a catalogue, historical catalogue of the consultation. Now, from my perspective, in other council areas, would that be deemed sufficient? Yes. Is it deemed sufficient in the Southern Highlands? Well, the feedback you're getting is that no, that's no.
And in light of that feedback, do you think it's incumbent on the organisation to adjust, or is it unrealistic expectations from the community?
It's Commissioner, in my view, it's about having a very, very clear framework around the decision-making process. Because, and again, sharing my view, is that some of the individuals that you've been speaking to and have been quite vocal around, knowing experts, they want to get into the decision-making process. That is consultation in their eyes. Someone with 20 plus years experience in local government, no, I don't believe that that's a space that residents should be entering.
Yes. One of the issues that's been raised in the evidence so far is about Station Street is when changes to the project occurred, it didn't go back out for further consultation, and it was presented as, well, this is the way the project, the only way the project can proceed, so this is it. Do you have a view about that?
Yeah, look, I think I may recall, it's funny I'm getting all these questions, I'm not an engineer.
No, it's not. I'm not asking you about the merits of the project.
it's all
That's quite a different.
It's all good, Commissioner. My understanding is that was a change. What brought about that angst was a change required by either the RMS or Transport for New South Wales, whichever manner they're operating under now, that the design of the roundabout didn't comply. So there was a change required to the designs to modify the roundabout, which then resulted in a reduction in the number of pin oak trees. And I think that was a point in time. I may be completely wrong, but there's a lot of love for those pin oak trees. That was a point in time where the community may have felt that there was a need to re-engage. Standing from an officer's perspective and someone not close to the project, I would struggle with that concept. That would be more of a notification type process from me, because if a state agency is telling you, look, this process doesn't proceed unless you make that change, then the only option you have to do is to make that change. It's not something you can go to the community and consult with. It's something that potentially is a notification process. I hope that does make sense.
Yes, I understand what you say. Against that, just putting the counter proposition to you for your comment would be that if that is a matter of some significance to the community, should the community then have an opportunity to provide feedback about whether the project should proceed at all? Is that a reasonable view of consultation in your experience? You'd agree with that? All right. Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
I was going to move on from the Station Street topic unless either of you wish to be heard any further.
Not from me at the moment, but something else may pop into my head as we go.
Excellent. Can I just ask, in your experience in briefings or in council meetings, did you ever witness any improper interference by the governing body and the operational role of the staff?
Mr. Parrish, I would suggest that the area that was probably always the grey line was that the final thing that we did before council meeting on the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays of each month is we would go for a business paper review. Now, that has its merits in that senior staff can be available to answer any question, and when I first started I felt that it could result in a bit more of an expedient council meeting, which often wasn't the case. But as I was saying, would allow opportunities to ask questions strictly about the report itself. The issue where it became very grey between that councillor interaction was around planning matters, where when they were contentious planning matters, the then General Manager had to quite often remind councillors that they were not in the chamber because they were effectively, debating items.
Was that something that happened in the 2016-2020 term, or did you see that happen during the previous term when you were there in 15?
Certainly during the 2016-20. Mr. Parrish, if I can add as well, one of the things that was detrimental to those briefings, and I'm not talking just to the business paper review briefings, but something that I would refer to as nuisance behaviour by certain councillors. Nuisance behaviour where certain councillors would look to change the topic unnecessarily, would look to ask questions of the General Manager and senior staff, and to use the vernacular, push their buttons. Does that make sense when I say that, Commissioner?
It may help me to have some examples if you're able to give some. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, there are examples where certain councillors would use every opportunity to put the limelight on themselves and to make it very uncomfortable and difficult for the senior members of staff.
Was this a recurring theme amongst some of these councillors?
Yes.
Can you tell the Commissioner who those councillors were?
Councillor Scandrett.
Anyone else?
On occasions, Councillor Turland.
It's been suggested to me at some of the briefings that the interactions between the councillors and perhaps the senior staff led to the general manager removing or at least threatening to remove staff from the meeting. Did you ever see that?
Yes.
Did it happen once, more than once? It's not an exact, but...
I can recall one particular instance where staff were waiting outside and I basically went outside and said, turn around, back you go.
And what caused you to do that?
The behaviour. As I said, that last 12-month period was very difficult.
Was it behaviour between themselves or was it projected to staff?
Look, I think it was unfortunately a situation where it was pretty much the room.
I'm sorry, I just don't
Pretty
quite...
much the room,
I just
councillors and senior staff.
I see, thank you. Yes, Mr Parish.
And more for the sake of senior staff attempting to bring some composure. But yeah, there's and when I say all councillors, it's not like there were 8 councillors standing up all ripping into each other, but you can appreciate the type of environment I'm sure that I'm trying to portray.
Yes.
Mr Commissioner.
How did that, or did it have an effect on the staff that you worked with?
Yes, I believe it did.
And in what way?
I think for staff who were close to the meeting process, it was one that certainly, and we should talk about this. We should be much more open and honest about this, but impacted on their mental well-being. I think that they are colleagues who, well, I'm certainly proud to call them colleagues, but colleagues who, during that time, lent on each other because they needed to, for the good of the organisation. Because one of the things that we were very adamant to do is that we wanted to shield the rest of the organisation from what we knew was going on up the top end. Because, sorry, Commissioner, for cutting you off there, for the pure reason that as an organisation, and this often gets missed, we have a fantastic workforce. We have a very good reputation in terms of our financial management, our environment sustainability branch, wins awards. We are not like a lot of councils where there's issues back of house. The back of house of this organisation was run tight. So whilst what was going on in front, we wanted to make sure that we just, from the back end of the operations, continue to keep the wheel spinning, to use the vernacular. And
did that environment have an effect on the operations of the organisation, do you think?
I think we were, Commissioner, I believe we were able to minimise that to a great extent. We were able to minimise the impact of that. Obviously, having a situation post-council where we had a number of transitional periods between general managers and staff leaving, that would have been very difficult for the organisation, and that would have been straight in their face. And depending on the individuals, some may not have blinked an eyelid about that, but some would have seen that as the loss of close colleagues. But that's not within the remit of in terms of reference.
I understand. Yes, thank you.
What impact did that councillor behaviour at briefings and in council meetings have on you, Mr Mooney?
Yeah, look, again, I'm a fairly resilient individual. To an extent, You know, I thrive in an environment where, you know, if I'm going to be challenged, that I like to know that I'm prepared and can deal with responses from all avenues. But not to say that, it was frustrating. And, you know, Finance Committee is a great example where often we would have questions and peppered at us. You know, code of meeting practice went out the window when it came to Finance Committee, but we would be peppered with questions as to, you know, this report here, page 8, doesn't balance. Doesn't balance, there's no figure on here. And it'd be as simple as turning the page and saying, well, Councillor, if you look at page 9, it's just a print roll. The total's on the next page. So it's hard to differentiate whether that was intentional, but it happened frequently. And I recall the very last Finance Committee meeting we had before Council was placed under administration, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't picked up on the audio, and it's probably unprofessional for me to share this, but I did turn around to the Mayor of the day, Duncan Gare, and I said to him, I basically pleaded with him, saying, mate, this isn't the Gestapo. Because that's what it effectively felt like. If you have the opportunity to witness that, it was just question after question after question, which is fine. That's my job, and I was able to answer those. But it presents a level of distrust if someone else, if a layperson is watching that, going, "Oh wow, why are the councillors going so hard? Is there issues that we need to be aware of?"
Well, I'll deal with your personal experience, and then I'll explore with you whether you had discussions with others about it. But when you would put a report to council, whether in a Finance Committee meeting or a council meeting, was there a general need to be prepared to not just answer questions, but to almost defend your expertise and competence from time to time?
My general experience here over the period is that was never the case. I had a good relationship and was respected by the majority of councillors. Those incidents at Finance Committee were really only in that period, as I said, post-bushfire, post-pandemic, and were again only really from 2 councillors.
Yes.
It certainly wasn't an environment where, if, in the nature of giving a report, the annual budget report, you know, this council has or the former council had an approach where they liked managers to present reports, which was fine, and I didn't have any issue with that, and no, found that was quite a good process.
That's your personal experience. What about your observations of others who had reports go before council? Would you say they should? Did anyone discuss that issue with you?
I'm not aware of anyone who, again, apologise, probably not the right language to be using in this environment, but I'm not aware of anyone who had their pants pulled down on them. Senior staff, if they weren't used to presenting in that environment, typically people like myself, Miss Danielle Lidgard, Mr Nick O'Connor before he resigned, we would typically speak to those individuals and just walk them through how we would prepare for a council meeting to ensure that, you know, they didn't look silly. But no, I wouldn't say that the councillors actively look to embarrass staff in public at meetings.
Thank you.
You mentioned that at the Finance Committee, at least, the code of meeting practice was thrown out the window. By that I take it to mean that it wasn't being adhered to, at least as the meeting got into the meeting. Is that right? Yeah,
and that's right, Mr Parish, and there's a bit of history behind that. Up until 2016, Finance Committee was seen as a committee of the whole. It's full council. So in 2016, we amended the terms of reference for council's committees and essentially brought the Finance Committee into full council. We streamed it when streaming became live, and we also very much tried to align it to the ways of how a normal council meeting would be run. The reason why it had previously been seen as a committee of the whole is because it was felt that there was a better opportunity and a more informal environment for councillors to ask questions about the budget. And when I first arrived here in 2015, that's exactly what it was. A very informal environment. We were in the meeting room just over there, and we would still seek all the necessary formal resolutions that were required under 377. And then after the terms of reference for committees were amended, we then started meeting in the chamber, and for the first 3 years, it was fine. In actual fact, it elevated, in my view, the importance of the work that was being done within the organisation around developing sound financial management practices and strategies and policies. So, if anything, I think it was a real improvement in those first 3 years. It was then again only during post-pandemic going online and post-bushfires that it just degenerated the same way that meetings in general degenerated.
Thank you.
I see the time, Mr. Parrish. Is that a convenient moment?
Yes, although unless you want to explore other topics, I might be able to wrap things up in relatively short compass and not have Mr. Mooney, although I'm conscious
Yes, I think I would benefit from at least a short
I'm also conscious
break at the moment.
Yeah.
We'll just take 15 minutes. Mr. Mooney, if you would be so kind to be ready to resume at 10 to 12.
Not a problem, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Parish, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Mooney, I'm just going to show you a document. You were referring before the break to a report to Council on 12 May 2021. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Is
That's
that a copy of that document that you're referring to?
Mr. Parish, this is the report I was referring to.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. It might be an appropriate time now to tender that document if that would be convenient.
Yes. Let me just find my list. Exhibit K is a copy of a report headed Station Street Upgrade Project presented to the ordinary meeting of Council on 12 May 2021. Mr. Parish, that obviously enough is already a public document, so that should go on the website promptly, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I just go back to some references you made to specific incidents which left you with certain impressions about the behaviour of councillors? Before I deal with some more specific incidents, just in respect of that bushfires council meeting that you were referring to, did you ever attend any of the community meetings post-bushfire?
Mr. Parish, no, I didn't.
Can you tell the Commissioner about any other specific incidences which left you with an unfavourable impression about the council behaviour? Mr. Moon?
If you can just bear with me, Mr. Parish.
Of course.
Mr. Parish, I have brought with me today a copy of an email which I would suspect at some point may have been subpoenaed as part of the public inquiry. The email is dated 25th of February 2021 at 9:52 a.m. The subject description is file note and formal code of conduct complaint, altercation with Councillor Turland, 24th of February 2021. Now, it is a two-page document with 15 points. Mr. Parish, would you like me to just quickly read through those to outline the event?
Yes, and at the end of that I'll ask you to produce it to the inquiry and we'll take a copy, but yes, please proceed.
So, Commissioner, point one, at approximately 1:10 p.m. on the 24th of February 2021, Ms Danielle Lidgard, Group Manager of Corporate and Community, came to my office to advise me that Councillor Turland was in the newly refurbished council chambers, a section of the building which has not been formally handed over by the building contractor Matrix, essentially the room we're in now, Commissioner. I walked to the chamber because I was aware that the Acting General Manager had approached Councillor Turland and requested that he leave the chamber as it was still deemed a construction site. At this stage, I followed the AGM into his office and we discussed that the chamber was an active work site and that he should not be in that part of the building. Point four, the AGM then moved towards the chamber with the intent to explain to the councillor that the area was still an active building site. I followed to ensure there was a witness to the conversation. The AGM explained in a very rational manner the reasons why the councillor could not remain seated in the chamber and calmly requested that he remove himself from the chamber. The councillor then explained that he had his own sneeze guard, which in my opinion was grossly inadequate, and that the only reason that he had been told the chamber could not be, and that was not the only reason he had been told the chamber could not be used. The AGM then explained that contractors were continuing to enter the chamber and that as recent as late as this morning, electricians were in the room performing works. The councillor then became aggressive and demanded to know why the meeting had been rescheduled to an online Zoom meeting. This is a meeting that was to take place later that day. The AGM remained calm and continued to explain that due to the sneeze guards not being installed, works in the chamber were continuing, and that for the councillor to be on site, he would have to be formally inducted to the site, being in attendance with the site representative and wearing appropriate PPE. The standoff continued for a few minutes. At that stage, Mr Mark Pepping also came into the chamber due to the aggressive behaviour being displayed by Councillor Turland. Councillor Turland then complained that he would not be able to attend the next briefing at 1:30 p.m, backyard burning policy. The AGM made several offers to find a room within the building, not part of the construction site, to view the briefing. Councillor Turland did not accept this offer and told staff present that he would return to his office. He then made a statement that he would deal with all of this later with bugger lugs. The AGM challenged the councillor as who he was referring to. At this stage, the councillor said he was referring to the mayor. Again, the AGM remained calm and explained that this was between the councillor and the mayor. The councillor then started to leave the meeting, making a number of incoherent statements regarding the backyard burning policy, none of which could be understood by the staff present. I then go on in this file note to make a comment that I'm not someone who is afraid in these types of circumstances. Certain periods of my life, both professionally and through sporting experiences, I've witnessed situations where personal safety of individuals have been clearly threatened. I would consider the aggressive, irrational behaviour displayed by Councillor Turland at this event as such an occasion. I then go on to request that it be formally lodged as a code of conduct matter. So obviously in written terms it probably doesn't go to explaining that it was a very intense environment in this room at the time, one that is not conducive to effective relationships between councillors and council staff members, and one that should not be subjected in any safe work environment, whether it be local government or any other industry. Commissioner?
Yes.
Who would you like me to table that to?
Mr Broad, if you would be so kind to produce it to Mr Broad, Mr Broad will take a copy. I don't know whether you want to tender it or mark it. When that comes back, Councillor Assisting can decide what he wishes to do with it. Mr Parish?
What was your impression of how the behaviour of Councillor Turland affected other people who dealt with it?
Again, individuals deal with these things depending on their own thresholds.
What was your impression?
I was frustrated. I was frustrated because I think it's an incident that didn't necessarily have to occur. I truly believe that Councillor Turland has anger management issues that, unfortunately, on occasions like this, don't reflect him in the best light. I don't know if I'm overstepping my mark by making that statement, but I truly believe that there have been many occasions where Councillor Turland has worked within the best interests of the council. However, the deterioration in the relationship between the then mayor and the then deputy mayor, really impacted their working relationship.
Can you tell the inquiry of any other incidents similar in nature, either in respect of Councillor Turland or other councillors during the 2016-2020 term, or was this an exceptional event?
The two occasions that I've raised around directly after the bushfire meeting of February 2020, please excuse me if I've got that date wrong, and then the file note I've just read out to you then. I dare say by viewing the recordings and there would be numerous. And unfortunately, it got to the stage for a lot of staff where that behaviour just became not the norm, but we became not dismissive of it. And it was very difficult to isolate certain circumstances or events because it was happening, particularly in that last 2 years, happening so often. Particular councillors being a nuisance by, when we're online, making it very difficult for our CIO to ensure that they were able to present and vote, things like that. Little things that have all built up into this environment, which led to the council not being able to effectively perform its duties due to a small minority.
When you're referring to the council there, are you referring to the governing body or the organisation or both?
Oh, the body politic being able to function because of the actions of a few number of councillors disrupting proceedings so much through a variety of different means, and whether it be through the raising of notice of motions, whether it be through blaming technology during Zoom meetings. That it's very dubious whether it was actually technology or not, or whether it was just an opportunity to unsettle the mayor. It's very obvious if you view the last meetings of council, and on occasions I was seated adjacent to the mayor. It would be a fair assessment, I'm sure he would agree with this, that he became flustered, and by becoming flustered didn't allow him to chair the meetings as effectively as what he would have liked. The Zoom environment was something that was very difficult for him to transition to, whether that be an age thing or what. I'm certainly not being disrespectful, but it was a difficult environment which was then compounded by some of the nuisance tactics that were being played out by a handful of councillors.
Do you think, I take it you're familiar with the Code of Meeting Practice from your experiences?
Yeah, to a degree, Commissioner.
You gave an answer to Mr. Parrish earlier that in Finance Committee meetings, I think was to the effect that it had been thrown out the door. Was it applied in council meetings, to your observation?
Yes.
Was it applied effectively in council meetings?
From an officer's perspective, the staff who were responsible for that did their very best to ensure that the Code of Meeting Practice was adhered to.
Do you think that the mayor had a good grasp of the detail of the Code of Meeting Practice in his role as chair?
Yes, I do. I believe he found it challenging to bring that to effect in those later council meetings.
Was he supported by any of the other councillors in trying to bring the Code of Meeting Practice into effect in those challenging meetings?
Yeah, I believe he was, but I don't think that ultimately resulted in any significant improvement into how the meetings were run.
The code has, for example, measures that can be taken in the instances of acts of disorder. I take it you're familiar with those?
Yeah, and we use those on occasion. So meetings had been suspended. There was an occasion, and I can't recall the date, but it was certainly when we were on Zoom, where the chair did use his power to suspend a meeting. I'm not sure if it was for 5 or 15 minutes, and the councillor who was the reason why the meeting was suspended was given a warning that if that behaviour continued beyond the meeting resuming, then he would be suspended from the meeting.
Thank you.
Can I just expand on an answer you gave about the effect of the degradation of councillor behaviour on senior staff that you were talking about before? To your impression, did you see a change in the behaviour of the executive, such as the general manager or the deputy general manager, as a result of the behaviour of the councillors?
Yeah, I think that would be a fair comment to make, Mr. Parish. Yes, there was a change.
Can you give any examples of the changes or the way that senior staff or executives conducted themselves?
Firstly, on a personal note, Mr. Parish, I certainly saw a change in the way that they were managing the stress that related to each of their respective roles. Running a very complex business, I think it's over 50,000 residents now across the Shire, but, a complex business that provides not only your roads, rates and rubbish, which your typical metropolitan councils would, but, the regional facilities, water and sewer, as we're required to do. There's a lot of a lot of inherent stress that comes along with being senior executives in that role. You then add onto that a very challenging political environment, or a challenging political environment that is continuing to exacerbate itself. Of course, it added a lot of stress to each three of the senior executives. To an extent, I experienced that myself when I acted in the role for 12 months. So, to some degree, I can say that I share similar experiences that they would have. Did it affect them in their way, in their ability to continue to perform their roles? Well, I would say that there was obviously a greater focus on managing the politics than necessarily managing the business. But it would be unfair for me to really answer those questions on their behalf.
No, I think council assisting is just asking for your observations of what you felt rather than what was in their mind.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner. Well, my observations were that they indeed were under a lot of stress.
When you say a greater focus on managing the politics instead of the business, can you give examples to your observation of that?
Yeah. So the way I would respond to that question is the volume of councillor matters that were needing to be dealt with, councillor complaints that were coming through, code of conducts that were coming through, which obviously are managed by our public officer, but the GM has some visibility over that. That's where a larger focus would have been on the dysfunctions of dealing with the dysfunctionality of the council. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. There's been observations and evidence that the council was a toxic workplace, at least at the time of suspension. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I'd refute that.
Can you tell us why?
I think, as is the case with any organisation that has over 450 people, is that you will find that there are essentially different cultures, different levels of energy in each various part of the buildings. I'm very proud, personally speaking. I'm very proud of the team of people that I led, who supported me. Exceptionally talented group of people who I believe were very focused, knew their roles, knew that they were supported, knew that the support that they provided was appreciated. And there are a good handful of the parts of the business that I could say had similar cultures within that branch. That's not to say that there weren't other parts of the business where there were very poor cultures, but it certainly wasn't a situation, in my view, that the culture across the organisation was toxic. There may be some examples provided through community surveys community. obviously talking about consultation, so there are some examples of staff surveys which have been provided, and yeah, there are some matters which the broader workforce had issues with. The need to design and modernise our remuneration framework was a major bugbear with a lot of staff. Those types of surveys, in my experience, allow staff the opportunity to really drive home on those points that they've been dissatisfied about, that they haven't been addressed for a long time. I see that as being very different to someone coming to work and sitting down all day and having nothing on their mind except for the fact of how annoyed they are that doesn't happen. You know, people come to work, they want to enjoy their day's work, they want to be able to know that they can do it safely, most importantly, and then also, you know, go home to their friends and families.
One suggestion I'm aware of is that what was happening between the members of the governing body sort of had some effect on at least some of the staff in the organisation. Did you observe that?
Yeah, there were instances, particularly after the bushfire. There were staff who invested a huge amount of time in a number of the recovery groups that we set up, and I just don't feel that they felt that their level of effort was being matched.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, Commissioner.
Yeah, it does. And I appreciate that, as you've said in your evidence, you're quite a resilient person in the face of potential conflict, but did you observe how that affected other people who may not be as resilient as you?
Yes.
And what did you observe of how the councillor behaviour impacted members of the staff in that category?
Yeah, there were individuals who I would suggest were at the point of breaking. I don't think councillors were aware of that. The line of communication wouldn't have filtered down to that, but there were certainly staff who, as a result of the response to the bushfires, were very upset. Upset for the communities that they were working for.
And it's been also suggested that some staff became embarrassed to work for the organisation. Did you ever hear anything of that kind?
Yeah, I have heard those statements.
I take it it's not something that you tell me. Was that something that you felt from time to time?
For a whole variety of reasons. It was difficult to reconcile the good work that I believed we were doing as an organisation. It was difficult to reconcile that with the outward-facing view of the general public.
And does that tell you something about how effective the organisation was in getting its message out?
Commissioner, I would absolutely agree. This council needs to move forward, and moving forward, a complete rethink of how it engages and communicates with its community, its residents. It really has to be number one priority in terms of rebuilding that trust.
Yes, that was going to be my next question. On one view, there's an environment where it might be said that the community and the council were almost opponents in some ways. Is that a fair observation to your mind?
Yeah, Commissioner, that's an interesting question, because it's to a small minority group of the community.
When you say there's a small minority group, I've had a number of different community organisations and tourism and economic development organisations come forward, and I've heard it said before, things like this come from a small minority. How am I to understand that when I have, this is not critical of you, I'm seeking your input to help me reconcile this, because I have a number of community groups putting forward their view and what they feel, and then the counter view is, it's a small perception of the community.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm
how-
happy to share my view
Yes,
with you on
please.
that. My view on that is that we are a government organisation that provides services, programs and facilities to over 50,000 residents within the Shire. Our focus should be on the 50,000 residents within the Shire. Are mums and dads able to play on safe sports fields on the weekend with their kids? Are our residents able to be assured that their waste collection will be collected when they expect it to be collected? There's a lot of talk about roads at the moment. It's an area that we need to invest in, but that is an area where, you certainly are hearing more and more than just little lobby groups, but from the broader populace, that's a level, a service that we provide where we need to invest more. So from my perspective, I look at the relationship between the council and the community as being the relationship with that much larger group, not necessarily the lobby groups. And to a lot of extent, now I've heard this comment quite often, that people go, the Highlands is an ageing shire and there's a lot of people who have retired from Sydney and there's not a lot of young people down here. To an extent, I refute that. I expect the fact that housing prices certainly makes it challenging for young people to stay in the area, but a lot of young people do want to stay in the area, and a lot of these people are people who are leaving for work at 5, 6, getting home at 7. They don't want to deal with council. They want to know that those basic services that I've just outlined are dealt with, and that's the only touch point that they want to have with council. So to hear comments such as, oh, well, we're an older community, I don't necessarily think that that's entirely correct.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just pick up on that topic and bring it back to the Station Street upgrade? Do you know of any policies or procedures that were followed by council in respect of communication and consultation on that Station Street upgrade?
My answer to that is no. I would assume that there would have been some form of community engagement strategy developed for the project, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% confidence that I've seen that document.
Do you accept, perhaps from what you've just said, that in significant projects like the Station Street bypass, council needs to go beyond a tick box exercise, and I don't mean that critically or pejoratively, but it needs to tailor, at least in big strategic projects, its approach to the fact that there are active community groups, the fact that there are, at least statistically, an older professional class of people. Would that assist in your view and your impression?
Yes, I agree, it does. And again, it comes back to a subjective view that we were talking about earlier on. I would see things like council opening a dedicated street shop front to allow residents to come in and talk about a particular project. And granted, I'm aware that has been criticised because it wasn't seen as genuine consultation, but that is a step that is very unusual for a council to take with respect to a capital works project. So, yeah, I do believe there were steps taken above and beyond what would normally be the tick of the box.
Going forward, do you think that is perhaps an approach that needs to be embraced by council to deal with at least the observations you've made about the active community in the Shire on certain subjects at least?
Look, Mr. Parrish, I certainly don't pretend to be a community engagement expert, but yes, certainly face-to-face. The use of technologies as well is something that all councils, not just at Wingecarribee, but all councils should be looking to leverage off to ensure that they are engaging with their communities, which, let's face it, are becoming busier and busier. You know, people are becoming time poor, so really making sure we hit the target audience.
I don't have any further questions on specific topics at this stage. Commissioner.
Have you got Exhibit K, the 12 May 2021? Sorry, I need to lean forward.
You're
Keep
right.
being reminded. Have you got what is now Exhibit K, the Station Street Upgrade Report of 12 to the 12 May 2021 meeting?
Yep. Yes, Commissioner.
Were you, you're still at the council at this time, I think.
That's correct,
Were you
Commissioner.
involved in the preparation of this report?
That's correct, Commissioner. Between 3-4 staff, basically provided a draft, and then I, for want of a better term, kicked it into shape.
Yes. Do I take it that from your perspective it sets out, at least in general terms, a history of how the project came about, how it proceeded, and ultimately the reasons why there was a recommendation not to proceed?
Essentially, Commissioner, without writing a novel, which you potentially could about this
Yes.
project, this was the intent of this report was exactly that.
I understand. And just I appreciate there's a document in front of me, but just in general terms, could you just describe the reasons why ultimately the recommendation was made not to proceed?
The fundamental risk was around our capacity to actually deliver the works. There were too many unknown risks, whether that be through Tahi and the use of the proposed land swap. The $38 million was a figure that obviously concerned greatly the group manager of project delivery and myself. It's essentially for those reasons, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Mooney, is there any other topic you want to address the Commission on?
No, I would, just a couple of things. Firstly, like to thank you, the Commissioner, and you, Mr. Parrish, for today's events, and also to probably make a parting statement that I genuinely enjoyed my time at Wingecarribee Shire Council for the 7 years that I was here, and for the good people who are still here, hope that there is a outcome from the public inquiry that allows the organisation to move forward and start to rebuild that trust and confidence with the community. I wish the organisation and the community all the best moving forward.
Just in that last observation, you said to rebuild the trust and confidence of the community. Do I take it from that you think it has been lost as a result of the events over, so...
Now, with the obviously suspension of the councillors, the administrator being appointed and the public inquiry now being undertaken, I think that that's a fair assessment.
But do you think that was something that was happening before the ministerial intervention?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you.
I might just, as a formal matter, Mr. Mooney, ask you to identify the email you were referring to before. So you have before you an email chain between two different email addresses from yourself, but also including emails to various members of staff at the council. Do you have that in front of you? And it runs to 3 pages, is that correct?
That's correct, it does.
And the top date, at least for the purpose of identification, is Monday, 28 March 2022 at 12:15 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll tender that.
You want mark it or tender it?
I might mark it for now and then
All
come
right.
back to it.
That document will be MFI 2.
Mr. Parrish, just very quickly, obviously it goes without saying that redactions are...
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mooney, anything that has personal contact details is, I've asked to be redacted, so. Does that complete your examination?
Yes,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Is there an application?
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I have 2 matters of clarification.
Yes, what are the topics?
One relates to the statements by Mr. Mooney in regards to leaking of confidential documents.
I don't think you used the word confidential, but anyway, yes. What's your second topic?
The second one is a clarification about the amount of 38 million.
All right. Mr. Riley, you're now being pumped to the back. If you have an objection, you'll have to just shout a bit louder so I can...
Instructions that Mr. Mooney doesn't object to being questioned on those.
Yes, but if you have an objection to a particular question, feel free to voice it.
Thank you.
We'll just have to be a bit louder than usual. All right, I'll adopt the procedure that I outlined earlier, so ask your question and I'll rule on it as we go.
Thank you, Commissioner. My first question to Mr. Mooney is that you've made a statement that there was leaking of, my notes say, confidential documents. Could you clarify how you think that happened and who was involved?
Commissioner...
I'll allow that question.
Pardon?
I'll allow the question.
Okay. Commissioner, we were aware of the fact that that information was being leaked because the information was being discussed in council briefing sessions, which involved councillors, senior staff, and the executive and other senior staff. We were then becoming aware of this information being released to other groups before it had been formally released via a council report or a council formal correspondence. So that can only leave you to reason that the information had been leaked.
Thank you. Next question.
Would you like to comment, Mr. Mooney, on who you think was responsible for the alleged leaking?
Can I have a moment just with my
Yes.
counsel, please?
Yes. Mr. Broad, there's a provision in the Act, is there not, about whether the provision of information of this kind constitutes an offence?
There is the Act.
Can you remind me of the provision?
All of the powers under the Royal Commissions Act
Yes.
can lead to that situation.
Which section of the Local Government Act?
I'll endeavour to find it, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mooney, if you need to confer with Mr. Riley, I'll allow that, but let's just see where I go for the moment.
Yeah, I believe this should address the question I would have of Mr. Riley.
If anyone else knows other than Mr. Broad, feel free to sing it out. Yes. I had in my mind there was a provision that dealt with the use of council information, and that it was potentially an offence provision.
You have a situation where 664 may apply.
That may be the one. Let me just turn that on. Yes, that is the provision. Just come back into the witness box, Mr. Mooney. Councillor Scandrett, section 664 of the Local Government Act, at least on one view, has application to the circumstance you're providing, and provides that it's an offence provision with a maximum penalty of 50 penalty units. In that case, why should I compel Mr. Mooney to answer that question?
Commissioner, these allegations are very broad, they're not specific, and I think they need to be qualified in a precise manner.
Well, let me ask this question. Do you know, as a fact, who it was?
Commissioner, I have my suspicions, but I do not have any proof.
Then that's as far as I think it should be taken. Suspicions in that context, given its offence provision, I don't think they're appropriate to be explored in that way. Yes, your next question.
Thank you, Commissioner. My second question was the amount of 38 million, Mr. Mooney, that you've detailed variously as recently as December 2020. Is that the same amount that was in the business papers on the meeting, that meeting of council on or around that day?
Commissioner, I can't recall that. Without having the business paper in front of me, that's not a question that I'm able to answer.
All right, just for my benefit, Councillor Scanner, I'm not sure I understood what you were asking.
Commissioner, my recollection is that the amount that was presented to council briefing at that time was in the order of 32 to 34 million, and I was therefore seeking clarification where the amount of
All right, well,
38 came from, which is another step further on. Well, I've seen the amount of 36
just
million
pause,
in
please.
media reports.
Just pause. What I asked was what your question was.
Yes.
You'll have an opportunity when you give evidence.
Indeed, thank you.
And you'll have an opportunity after the evidence to make submissions. So I think Mr. Mooney's answer to the question, at least as he understood it,
He
was
has, and I thank him
he can't
for that.
remember. Is that all?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, do you seek leave to examine Mr. Mooney?
I don't.
There's no need to stand.
I don't.
Mr. Parrish, any re-examination?
No, Commissioner.
All right. Is there any reason why Mr. Mooney ought not be excused?
No, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mooney, that completes your evidence. Thank you for coming along today. I appreciate that answering a summons takes you away from other things you would no doubt rather be doing. You're excused from further attendance under your summons and you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Parrish, I understand the next witness is here. Should we proceed on and sit until that witness is finished, or how would you like to proceed?
I think we should sit on Commissioner and see how we go.
Yes, all right.
But,
Well, I won't adjourn at 1. Why don't you tell me if you get to a point where you think some adjournment for the luncheon period is appropriate, and we'll
Yes.
take it then.
thank you.
Yes, the next witness, please.
The next witness is Bridget Kennedy.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Ms Kennedy. Could I start by asking you to describe your background, your vocation, your experience, and how long you've lived in the Shire?
How long have you got?
As long as you need.
Thank you. I am a chef. I had a very big business in Sydney called Simmer on the Bay, and I was also sort of functions and that kind of thing. I was the Chamber of Commerce head for 10 years there, and worked extensively with City of Sydney, and also created the Sydney Alliance and the Sydney Arts and the Walsh Bay Arts Alliance for 10 years while up there. On moving to the Highlands, I have had a farm in the Highlands since 2001, and I live part-time in the Highlands from 2011, where I bought the lock, and we turned that into a paddock plate restaurant. So chef and an event is probably, and farmer are probably my attributes. I joined the Moss Vale and Rural, it was the Moss Vale Chamber of Commerce when I first joined, and we added rural to the chamber so that we could be looking, nobody was really looking after the farmers and the producers, and we particularly wanted to do that because Moss Vale was quite, was more the trade town for that sector. We had 28 empty shops at the time, and we stayed out more alone as our the chamber to look after Moss Vale that really did need some attention at the time. As I said, there was 28 empty shops. So I joined when there was a fellow called Bob Selden, who was a very, very good president of Moss Vale and Rural, Moss Vale at the time, and I followed him. We had another lovely president, Greg Mills, and then he resigned and I took over as president. I'm also...
When did that take place? When did you become president?
2018.
Thank you.
So I've been president for 4 years. We also, I'm on a chair of the, well, co-chair with a wonderful man called Hugh Clark of the rural, of the agri and equine sectors, because I also do breed thoroughbreds as well for sale, and so I'm part of the Southern Highlands key stakeholders group.
Thank you. How many members does the Moss Vale and Rural Chamber of Commerce have?
We have 2 tiers of membership. We have over, so there's a gold and silver membership. So we have north of around about 150 odd of the gold members and about 600 of the silver members, which is a free membership.
Did you consult with that membership group before making your submission to this inquiry?
In the Small Business Commissioner's report, it is very extensively populated by my members.
Okay.
We are well known as, and I suppose as rural would suggest, as the chamber that rolls up its sleeves to really advocate for our members. We talk about it a lot at committee level, and a lot we get personally asked for assistance often in advocacy. I heard somebody talk about it being a lobby style, but I do have to say what is one man's lobbying is another man's advocacy. So, tomato, tomato.
Yes. In your role in the industry and the community, were you involved in any groups that were formed by or consulted with the council?
Very much so. The stakeholders group was and is a very inclusive group, and so certainly felt that working with councils to understand where they were going, direction, and how that could help our members was very beneficial.
Can you give me your experience about the Wingecarribee Shire Council economic plan?
We as a stakeholders group were critical. We certainly as Moss Vale and Rural were critical. COVID had just started when it was happening, and there was no mention of it at all in the plan, and yet it was going to be so, and it has subsequently affected us so bad, so hugely economically, and yet it wasn't even a factor. The numbers weren't correct at the time of the draft. It was a top-down process in that what we were told in what was a very small amount of time that it was supposed to be of consultancy, we were told what we already knew and asked to comment on that, which seemed irrelevant. When we were looking for full consultancy in terms of, as industry, to actually give our format of what we were wanting, needing and feeling in terms of direction, but it was already ordained even before we were spoken to what was going in the report. And indeed, when the report did come out, we'd pretty much already seen it on the plaques, when we were being consulted with, in inverted commas.
Can I just tease that out? What sort of consultation process were you involved in? Were they meetings? Was it?
Well, it was where there was one fellow who was presenting his findings for economics of the Shire on some PowerPoint presentations, and then we were just asked to comment at the end.
In those PowerPoint presentations that you hadn't seen or had the opportunity to consider before the
No.
meeting, is that correct?
No.
And can you give me any other of your impressions in respect of that strategy?
Well, look, I have to say that as it was a consultant used, we had looked at 2010, one that was actually prepared by council officers themselves, of who I actually have great respect. There's the likes of Susan Stannard, who's fantastic and has a real understanding of the Shire. She was part of strategy. Michael, who's currently been working in this regard as well, and has just given us a presentation on the producer's door and how that's going to affect the LEP. Amazing people, and far better qualified than a consultant who was helicoptered in to have prepared those reports.
Did you interact with council at all following the bushfires in 2019-2020?
We had a red hot go at it.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, our stakeholders group had met even before the, when the green fires to the north of us, Green Wattle Fire was on, and could see devastation coming. And we met in early December, and we were wanting to put together something that was going to be proactive to what we could see was going to be really problematic. And these involved things like, so putting all our lovely industry and rural heads on about how it could be that, the Airbnbs that were empty could potentially be there for people to, as emergency housing, and some farms, emergency potential for animals to go to, and all of these kind of things. And we were very much shut out of the process and told, not your remit.
Who were you trying to contact or engage with in that process, at what level of council?
Well, the person who was in charge of the bushfire resilience at the time, you'll have that documented.
Did you attempt to engage with councillors at that stage?
No, we were going through the proper process of the person that they had put in charge of that area.
Did you attend any of the meetings which followed the bushfire, either in council or community meetings?
I didn't, because there was 3 representatives from our greater group that were part of that. I was part of the process that underpinned that initially.
Do you recall any feedback from those 3 representatives?
Yes, that only 2 were met, that they only met with them twice. And these guys are very experienced in crisis and of our industry group, and crisis in rural. They're great thinkers, and to be shut out of the process, it was a great shame, I think, for the whole community, actually, particularly in the inaction that happened, where we could have, really all worked together. That top-down process doesn't work very well.
But by top-down process, you mean the impression that at some level of council, decisions were being made and there was no opportunity for consultation or communication?
Correct.
Is that what? And by that, is there any particular level of the council that you're referring to? Are you referring to the councillors or senior staff? Or?
Senior staff, yeah.
Did you ever attend council meetings?
Yes.
What time period did you attend council meetings?
Well, I particularly for various members who would come to me for advocacy. And when we felt that there was potential conflict, because there was various councillors who had particular areas of conflict with parts of the LEP, and that were quite politicised. The area of 2.8 came up very, very regularly, and there was areas which are still a great concern, actually, because the process to get them back into the LEP is so arduous. and affecting us incredibly badly now, like the way staff accommodation is prohibited use in our LEP, and at a time when we cannot get staff and we're unable to house them on farms, etc., etc. It's very, very difficult, and those sorts of things were politicised. They are in the state template, but they were politicised out by our councillors. That was a great shame, and still affects us now. The 2.8, the restaurants were taken out of rural zones, although they were in surrounding LEPs, and our great visitor economy potentials, draw cards, destination, invitation, it's all over Victoria. They do it incredibly well. They were put out of our shire, which was a great shame, because there's a great, trend worldwide and globally. Maggie Bear put the whole of South Australia on the map because she had a restaurant that, based on the fact that she couldn't sell her pheasants. Those were the kinds of things which support our producers, and we've worked very hard in the last 5 years to get that back and reinstated, but the fact that it was taken out, as political reasons for not wanting them as neighbours or whatever it is, and the 2.8s came under serious concern because that when restaurants were taken out, 2.8, which was the temporary use, was the only thing that was available to our producers to be able to use. And so they were given the equivalent of 60 days that they were able to operate to do events or, restaurateuring in the rural zones.
Can I just tease that out?
Yeah.
Clause 2.8 of the LEP refers to the temporary use of land.
Yeah.
And you were referring to the restaurants being taken out of the LEP.
Mm-hmm.
By that, do you mean that zoning took place in such a way that restaurants were no longer able to operate in certain parts of the Shire?
Yeah, that's right. They were only really allowed to operate in the urban areas, and of course there's far greater visitor, the visitor economy is, and the trends are that people want to be out where it's growing, and that the chefs are wanting to actually be really in touch with their own food and grow their own food.
Yes, and do I take it from your evidence then that chefs or people who wanted to provide hospitality and food had to use clause 2.8 as a way of seeking approval, which had various temporal and conditional limits on it?
That's right.
Is that correct?
But then there was some very great anxiety was given to a lot of people that were trying to do, because there was events as well, because weddings down here is a great economy for us. It fills our accommodation. It people staying overnight. There's some very good data that says how much they contribute to our economy in our shops and retail and everything else. And so shutting them out, because one particular councillor actually had a friendship next door to someone who had one of these spaces, was really unfortunate, and it went as a ripple through, so that then everyone else who was applying for a 2.8 also came out under that same sort of blowtorch.
So, Commissioner, I see the time. I don't think I'll be finishing at least in the next 15 minutes or so.
All right. Should we take a shorter?
That would be my
my
preference. Yes.
40 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. We'll adjourn for 40 minutes and resume at 1:45 p.m. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready to proceed?
Can I have 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ready to proceed. Ms Kennedy, we were talking before the break about the clause 2.8 of the LEP. In your experience, or in the experience of members of your group, was it your impression that the temporary use of land application process was appropriate?
It's all we had. Appropriate or non-appropriate, when you're given nothing else, you've got to work the best you can with it. And I personally used it, so I was able to, certainly for our members, anybody working with it, I was then able to give them direct advice on how it could be worked with. Certainly there were other things in the state template that would have been better for our farmers and producers and visitor economy folk to be able to use, but our councillors have taken it out in their own wisdom, and so we could only work with what we had.
You attended a roundtable economic forum on the 25th of June 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me your impression and recollection of that event?
Firstly, I was thrilled that it was convened. I think if you look at the Small Business Commissioner's list of recommendations, it's in the top 4 as a good start. And I think you'll recall that I referred to the top-down kind of method of working with industry that really wasn't, you're talking about appropriate, was not appropriate. I mean, I'd come from City of Sydney where it was amazing the way they would do their industry consultation, and it would be broken down into workshops and then all correlated between groups at the end so everybody could see very visibly. This was sort of lip service to all of that. When I first came down, it was one of the first inquiries I made of this, of the executive, when I asked for a meeting and said, what public consultations do you do? And I was told at the time, oh, that's something we're always going to get around to, but we feel that our ratepayers are more interested in their potholes and their roads. And I said, well, I would say that statement is an example of you're not having done the public consultation to actually figure out what it is that they really are interested in. And certainly their own economic forecast and how they're going to run through the terrain of planning and DAs and what have you is very much uppermost in their minds. So as a chamber head, it was one of the things that I felt was really important. I certainly do think that it was great that they had started, but they just didn't even know how to do it properly. And they didn't look hard enough on how exemplary examples were of how it was done well. Didn't look into it. So the top-down sort of, well, this is what we're figuring on, we'll just let you know. It's that kind of philosophy of there are those that you collaborate with and those that you just inform what you're doing. And that's the style of consultation that we got.
And are you referring there to, in the 2016 to 2020 term, both the staff and the council laws, or one or the other?
Look, I suppose I probably have a narrower view. You know, there's other greater areas like, you know, industry, well, construction, roads, you know, all that kind of thing. My narrower frame was more around the rural and visitor economy. So much was brought to my attention from my members. You asked earlier, you know, are they fully conversant on me being here, and it's for them that I am here. And there have been so many. I mean, in fact, the first 2 pages of the examples that the Small Business Commissioner created, they are all my members. They all personally came to me and asked, can you find out what is going on with this? And there was one person that I was able to go to, being Mark Pepping, and he would take my call, and it was with the permission of that particular, of whatever person I was asking about, that then it was not a disclosing. And he would help, because I'm a layperson obviously, and so is the person who was making that application. So he would help discern where there were obstacles or what issues there were potentially, and I was always grateful for that, and much more knowledgeable on account of it, where sometimes it was to do with, the fire department had given a ruling, and so where they were blaming council and, the member was blaming council, it was an external party. So then I was able to go back and talk to the members about, what was reality about it. But then there was other issues that were just not acceptable. Things like when they just lost paperwork over a particular winery's area where he had his, and he couldn't get his liquor license because they lost the paperwork. So he had to move, where in actual fact, when they did eventually find it, he would never have had to have moved. Then it sat on somebody's desk for six months, and he almost went out of business. So those are the folk that I would go into bat for and ask the questions, why is this happening? And generally we would find an answer.
Is it your opinion that there had been no support for the visitor economy in the Shire area for at least the last 5 years or so?
Only 5?
Well, give me your tell me what your experience. Tell me what your experience is if it's different.
I didn't actually mean to be that way. It's just very jaded on that topic, and it's been a deep upset. When I came down from Sydney, and I'd created for Vivid a trail all through Walsh Bay, and figured that down here it's the kind of thing that everybody needed to be more inclusive in order to bring that visitor economy about. And so I created a thing called the Food and, with a gorgeous woman called Jill Dyson, who had Food Path, and to bring some how would I put it? To bring everybody together so that as a hub, people would know these wonderful producers and restaurants and wineries that we had, but so that you could go to one place and find out everything about it. And there was nothing there of that. And I was like, well, who's asleep at the wheel here? You know. And then as I met each individual, and can I just tell you that there was over 120 of those individuals. So it's no small sector, and all of them doing incredible things. I mean, we've got award-winning, amazing producers. Who's talking about it? No one. And then, you know, people would say, as I was going round, people would say, well, I'll only, you know, sign up and bring all this together if you have nothing to do with Destination Southern Highlands. And I was flabbergasted. But I gave that commitment, and I did at all times, you know, pull my forelock and try and work with them in order to bring, you know, give them content, because there was certainly no food or producer content. And then when we had pulled the majority of the trail together, and we did it all because there was so much. When I first got down here, I only thought, you know, 20 to 30 lovely producers, 120, 130, and it kept growing. And so we nestled them into the village component and then opened each area in that way. And there was always an excuse of why the office, you know, the Southern Highlands, Destination Southern Highlands wasn't going to be there, even though the councillors were there, and also the state politicians, the state MPs. And then when there was eventually a conversation about, you know, sharing content, once we got to critical mass, I was given the opportunity of joining in with the website. And I'm so used to dealing with government and grants and, you know, the process and what are the laws. And I had to walk away when I was told that it was non-negotiable. There was only one website designer that was allowed. It had to be the one that they used. And of course, the reports that Viv May has uncovered all of that, which we all knew 5 years ago, what was going on, and it was a deep distress. So we were not able to share that content with Destination Southern Highlands, and we then ended up going directly always to share our content with the greater of Destination New South Wales and Destination Sydney Surround South, because we weren't able to share it in a transparent manner.
Can I ask your impression of the strategic direction of council? Do you have any impression or view on whether you clearly understand what or I should say, is it clearly communicated to you as you understand it, the strategic direction of the council? And can you give me any impressions that you have about any deficiencies that you see in the strategic direction of the council?
Look, I think that there was no room between fortnights to create strategy, because there was so much anxiety for and acrimony between the councillors that that it went from fortnight to fortnight and no strategy could be made, because all they were doing was playing catch up on a knee-jerk reaction to what was going on. So, you know, I mean, I heard one person say, who had actually been part of the creation of the economic strategy you were referring to before, when criticised about why there was no KPIs, and it's like, well, we don't want to have to answer the councillors. Well, heavens above. And that was the strategy that we were getting for the next 10 years. So I think that really sort of sums it up.
By fortnight to fortnight, you're referring to the council meetings, is that correct?
Can I add one thing to that?
Of course.
The politicising of the DAs, and I won't be critical of the staff and the culture that was born from it, is, depending on whose mates were who and where the councillors were sitting, they could pull up a DA out of their briefing notes at any point. And where there is a strategy of template, you know, state template and LEP, that the planners were, you know, ruling by the rules for the most part. And as things were politicised and their decisions were criticised or thrown out by a 5 or latterly a 4 plus a casting vote, there's no strategy could be made when it was such a harebrained, you know, pick a, you know, one out that they wanted to isolate or were vindicative about or whatever. You know, I'll give an example of, and you can see it in the video, that was made in the December meeting about the public consultation of the economic development strategy. And one fellow, and I'm going to say that I have no for or against their DA, but he stood up and said, my DA was given the green light by your planning staff, but you and council have put it aside. Why is that? And the mayor said, I just didn't like your DA. How can anybody have a strategy when you've got that attitude? And how can our planning department, you know, who come under severe criticism, but how can they know how to pull their rules up? You know, it's been a very trying last 4 years.
Just on that topic, Ms Kennedy, now there's the local planning panel in place. I take it you're aware of that?
Thrilled.
My question was going to be, do you think that goes towards addressing the type of concerns you've just outlined?
It does.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just get you to confirm the meeting that you're referring to there? Is it, you referred to the December meeting?
I think it's the 18
The
December
18th.
meeting at the
Correct.
RSL Club. Is that the one?
That's right, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions of Ms Kennedy at this stage.
Is there any application to be made?
No.
Thank you. All right. Yes, all right, that completes your evidence. Thank you for your attendance. I appreciate that answering a summons takes you away from your other activities. You're free to go. Is there any reason why Ms Kennedy ought not be excused?
No reason.
All right, and you're excused from your summons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Holly Campbell.
Yes, come forward.
Sorry, Ms. Campbell, you're required to give your evidence either on oath or by virtue of an affirmation. Which do you affirm the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you. Mr Parish?
Can I just ask or say something before we start, and that is that I wear cochlear, right? So you're on my completely deaf side.
I see, all right.
And I find you quite hard to hear. So if you do want to ask me a question,
Yes.
can you speak up a little bit?
If I do this, can you hear me okay?
Sorry?
That went
That'll
well.
be a no.
All right. What I'll do, I think I'll reserve my questions to the very end.
Oh, that's okay.
It's easier that way.
Because once I swivel around, and I can also follow a bit with the lips and
I
things.
see. All right.
So I should be all right. But if I need you to repeat something,
You should,
I'll ask you
if
that's
either,
but I just thought I'd let you know.
if at any stage you don't hear or understand any of the questions from Councillor Assisting or myself, please tell us and we'll do better. Mr Parish?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I start with a bit of personal background? How long you've lived in the area, your vocation?
I've been in and out of the Shire all my life because since before I was born, we've had property here. I went to school here for a period of time. I moved to the area full-time to live in 2012. And my background or my work is I do strategic business planning and marketing. I ran a company in Sydney for 20 years. We predominantly served high-end corporates such as leases, those sort of companies. So that was my background. And when I moved here to try to run for council, I decided not to work at all during that time because I felt it was a full-time commitment to be a councillor. So for my term, I didn't take on any work.
You've covered it slightly already, but you were a councillor for the term 2012 to 2016, is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
And did you, from time to time, attend council meetings in the 2016 to 2020 term, or otherwise observe the behaviour of councillors during that latter term?
I did indeed, because I was still very interested in the future of the Shire. So I did, on occasion, when there were specific DAs or contentious issues coming up, I would attend or I would talk to groups. I was also approached in my capacity as having been a councillor and knowing how things worked and who was who, if you like. I did get approached by either individuals or groups to help, to give some guidance, and one in particular obviously was Station Street.
Thank you. I'll ask you about your impressions of the two terms shortly, but we'll start with the 2012-2016 term where you were a councillor. Can you give me your general impressions about how council meetings were run and the interaction of councillors between each other in those council meetings in that term?
I was actually pretty shocked. Having come from the business sector, the private sector, where I would often have to go into board meetings, which I regarded council as the board of the Shire. That was the way I looked at it. So I was fairly shocked at the way things were conducted, and it was disappointing because I felt that we were neither prepared correctly as councillors. I felt the preparation that we received was very poor. And by that I mean two things. The courses that are supplied to councillors that you go along to when induction period, all of that sort of thing, they might, I mean, honestly, you could have slept through them and not missed a thing that was valid or useful. The second side of it was in terms of how we were prepped as councillors before we would come into a meeting, our briefings, and the information we were given. It was poor. It was really poor. When we got into council, and I'll have to say that the first 2 years that I was a councillor, I was in what was known as the Block of Five. And we therefore, if you like, had the power of the vote, as long as we all stuck together. This is not healthy for a council. This is not the good way for a community to get the best outcome, because what it does is it sets up an antagonistic arena straight away. And councillors spend far more time trying to outdo each other and outmaneuver or set up or create mischief and havoc in such an arena than they actually do concentrating on the legislation, the issues at hand, and so forth. I saw a disparity between how the councillors themselves prepared for these council meetings. Some people were prepared, others obviously hadn't even read their papers. So we often had situations where councillors were really not up to speed with what they were discussing. This further inflamed the situation. When I resigned halfway through my term from the Liberal Party and decided to stay on as an independent because I couldn't countenance what I was being required to do, I found that, as I predicted, the vacancy I created in the Block of Five would be filled by a particular councillor, which did happen. And it was back to square one. So...
Yes, just pause there for a moment. Mr. Parrish, are you going to bring this to the 2016? Are you going to tie this to the current term of council?
Yeah.
Yes, all right.
Continue.
All right.
Sorry.
So it remained throughout that term, very antagonistic, very personal. Now, I maybe shouldn't have been, I was allowed to stay in because I arrived before the other witness had finished giving a comment, but I think it was interesting the personal attacks that were attempted, the mischief that was attempted. All of this does undermine the purpose that we're here for, which is to represent the community and to progress the Shire in the best possible way. You, as a councillor, or as I found, things got pretty heated. We had councillors quite blatantly bait other councillors during the council meetings, knowing full well that the councillor would rise to the bait. And this is sort of schoolyard behaviour. It's not what you expect to find in a professional arena, and certainly not one where you're supposedly making decisions on $110+ million per annum business. So I found it very poor. I think I've answered. Yeah.
Can I just ask you about the induction training that you were given, your own personal experience? What was the form of that training? Was it a one-on-one? Was it a group lecture?
First of all, when you come to council, the staff here, ran what they call an induction. And that was my introduction to death by PowerPoint, which was the way this council tended to operate. In other words, you had a PowerPoint up there, and a staffer would read out point by point by point, which I found intensely boring and a complete waste of time, because if you're going to get anything out of a briefing, you should be given those notes prior to coming into the room, so that you can then ask the staffer or the person conducting the presentation, well, what does the clause XYZ mean? Can you elaborate a bit more? I can read what it says in plain English, but if this was a situation, how would I apply it, or whatever? So there wasn't really anything much that the council one that we had here could give us, that you couldn't have read in a little handbook, and digested it. Fine, I get all that. It was very simplistic, and really just very, very basic. We were then offered by council, as all councillors I believe are throughout New South Wales, to attend courses that are run down in Sydney. I presume they're run by the OLG, Office of Local Government. And I think we attended them at one of the TAFE buildings in Sydney from memory. Again, absolutely useless. I mean, they don't fit you for purpose. The responsibilities that you face when you come on to a council, and I don't think most people who are first-timers are prepared for it. There is an enormous amount that you are given and that you are expected to read in reports and so forth. Now, if you're a lawyer, you can probably get through it a bit faster and understand it a bit better. But if you're not, then you really need to kind of read things once or twice to get the gist of it. And if there's planning issues that come into play, for example, you've got to go back and read the legislation if you're going to make an informed decision. And that's a critical word, I think, that was missing 90% of the time in this council. Informed decision-making was not enabled. So these courses that we went to down in Sydney, as I said, they were a complete waste of time. I felt that they didn't give me anything more than an adult could have gleaned for themselves, just as a matter of obvious course, how you would conduct yourself. Our mayor at the time made a suggestion, which was, could councillors attend the Australian Institute of Directors course?
This is 2012, roughly.
Yeah. And I attended. I thought that was a fantastic idea. The mayor attended, and I don't know who else did, because obviously we didn't all go at the same time. You went when you could, because it was a week-long course. It's quite intensive. I got more out of that week than I was ever going to get from the government-sponsored or conducted information, because it took you through all aspects. It took you through financial, it took you through operations, it took you through governance, it took you through risk assessment, it took you through a whole range of things that were important because it's teaching people how to be a board director. And as one of your witnesses this morning, who was a staffer, Mr. Mooney, said, he used the word, it's a business. And that's exactly what council is. And there's a perception by both staff and by councillors during my time, oh no, this is not a business. And I said, well, what is it if it's got profit and loss, if it has to run on a budget? You know, and we are talking about our community. Our community are our shareholders. It's their money. That's where it comes from. So and it is a business. And councillors should be fit for purpose. They are the board. And I found that that was something that was simply not apparent. A couple of councillors thought that way, but the vast majority didn't. Some of the councillors, when we were offered this course, absolutely poo-pooed it and said, why would we? I'm not a board, you know, I'm not on a board, I'm not a board director, why would we, etc., etc. And it was a great pity, because I think that they would have learned a lot from it. And in fact, if I was ever asked, what could councils in Australia do to improve their councillors' outcomes from councillors, it would be that that's a mandate, that they all have to have completed that course before they're allowed to run for council.
Did you feel, at least after you'd done the director's course, that you understood your statutory roles and responsibilities as a councillor?
Yes, I did. I had a much clearer idea, and one of the things particularly that it brought home to me was that you cannot assume that the report that you're being given is correct. You cannot assume anything. You must do your own work. You must do your own due diligence, and by that I mean read the report, thoroughly understand it, and if necessary, go and talk to the proponents, the person whose DA it might be, or the people who are disagreeing with a particular thing that's up before council. And a classic on that was the Byrne diesel issue, which was very contentious issue, but it really paid off dividends, because having done that work, I called up all the old boxes, all the old files on that case that stemmed back into the late 50s. And I tracked all the decisions that had been made by staffers over, you know, a 40-odd year period, 50-year period, right down to little post-it notes and things stuck on it. And it showed how this situation had come about. Now, none of this was in the report, and in fact, council, from memory, I think the council staff were saying no to this. And from having done my homework and really taken the whole thing apart, investigated it thoroughly, I was able to persuade several councillors who were going to vote against it to change their votes, and I believe that justice was then done. But the course is very valuable, and I did feel that I had a much better grasp of it, of how to conduct the job I was voted in for.
Can I ask you about the councillors in your term of 2012 and 2016, who then went on to be re-elected in 2016, 2020?
Mm-hmm.
No need to name names, but of those councillors, in your impression, in the 2012-2016 term, do you think they understood their roles and responsibilities? And you don't have to answer this as a group, but if the answer is some of them did, some of them didn't.
It's a difficult question actually to answer. I'm not trying to avoid it, but I think at a basic level, they understood what they were meant to do, but I think that because the two terms were so volatile and aggressive, I think most councillors lost sight of the reason they're there, the purpose they're there, which was for the community. Most councillors at some time or another, right, lost touch with the real core essence of why they were there, and the personal overrode these things. And the councillors' personalities were quite interesting to observe, how they each responded to the situations that they found themselves in a council debate where, you know, the levels rose, if you like. And as I said, you know, the baiting that went on, it was a gotcha situation more often than it was anything else. So while they understood while they were there, it all got lost.
Can I just ask you to put some time frames around that observation? Was it during your time in 2012, 2016, or is this something you also observed or only observed in 2016 to 2020?
It was systemic. It was right throughout. It was almost, well, when I was on in my term, it was daily. And from what I observed in the second term, the 2016 onwards term, it continued on. Sad to say, but it was almost no let up. And there was, it wasn't just between councillors. There was very much a sense of them and us, the staff versus the councillors. It was war. It was verbal, but it was war, but it was a war. Because the councillors often did not have, except for a minority who did whatever staff recommended, almost blindly, there were the other councillors who were either responding to community voices or had an axe to grind against a councillor who was on the opposing view. And the staff, often the recommendations, threw up huge problems. And there was no confidence, I think, in a lot of cases by councillors that staff was doing their job properly and well and of a high enough standard. And there were occasions where the reports were clearly flawed. And I can remember, I just wish I could remember the case, but I remember once I actually said that staff is trying to lead council. And, you know, it just rained down on top of me. I was threatened by, you know, senior staff that if I didn't withdraw and apologise, that, you know, codes of conduct would be laid on me, and that the DLG, you know, saw if staff laid a code of conduct on a councillor, that was always looked at with a fine-tooth comb very critically, and they took far more interest in that than if the public put codes of conduct or councillors put code of conduct on other councillors. But you know, it was difficult because I think to be honest, I think that 80% of the inflammation that occurred during those 2 terms probably wouldn't have existed if both the public, the community and the councillors felt that council staff, and by that I mean leadership, were doing a better job. I think that a lot of the problems wouldn't have existed. Councillors wouldn't have had to play gotcha and bait and all the rest of it. There wouldn't have been the inflammation. There wouldn't have been the antagonism against motions that were put up and you know, staff answers and things. I mean, I know that this inquiry is meant to be about the poor conduct of councillors, but I honestly believe that if you had taken away the problems which were largely caused by, in my view, staff, that we would have had a better time of it. I think that, you know, it created an arena where the councillors' worst personality traits came out as a result, and that's unfortunate, but I think that's what engendered it.
Do I take you to mean by that evidence that the councillors weren't given proper or adequate support from the senior or executive level of staff to equip themselves to do their jobs?
What do you mean by support?
Well, as you understand it, is there a role to play with, for instance, the GM and other group managers to provide information and guidance and support to councillors to allow them to do their jobs?
In that context, I agree, there was not the support. In fact, staff were very, very reluctant to provide what I would call information. We often had to gipper things, which just seemed extraordinary.
Is this during your term or during
This is during my term.
Yes.
I don't know, I can't answer for the second term, but I know that in relation to gippering information, I know that during the second term that councillors still did have problems getting just information that they wanted and asked for. Staff, it was really circling the wagon stuff. I think staff felt besieged, but there was a valid reason for that. The management of staff, I have to say, during both terms was very poor. I think the general manager that was on duty when we first got elected was a nice person, but not up for the task, but certainly a nice person. We then went into the situation where we were looking for a new general manager. And I think if we'd gotten the general manager that was actually awarded the job and voted in for the job, I think if we'd had that person, things would have improved considerably. As it was, we didn't get that individual, and I feel that the general manager that we ended up with for the rest of that, my term, and then the 2016 onwards term, was in themselves not a bad individual, but they were entirely unsuited to this role. By nature, very defensive. And this was a problem because if councillors came to this person, and one of the DGMs in particular, they were met with a wall all the time. There was no willingness to sit down and engage. There wasn't any sort of form of, and I say collaboration in the honest sense of the word, you know, if you'd like to say support, then support. Briefings briefings didn't change from my term to the next term. They were appalling, councillor briefings. They were really not just, might not have happened. So many times we'd have this dreadful death by PowerPoint. We'd be on the Wednesday prior to the meeting. We'd come in the morning and we'd have staffer after staffer after staff to do this death by PowerPoint. I kept saying to the General Manager, why can't we have these PowerPoints when we get our papers on the Friday so that we can read through these things so that we can make that time more productive? We can query and question and ask and get insights into why staff have come to these things, not just get the words read out to us. It's completely and utterly pointless. No, you can't. I said, well, can we have executive summaries? No, you can't. And I said, well, not all councillors read their papers in full, and some people, most of them are working full time, they don't have the time like I do. And I said, an executive summary is a really good way of imparting the who, the what, the why. No, can't have executive summaries. And if you I think staff always felt that they were being challenged. If councillors asked a question or wanted more information, why? No, you can't have that, it's not relevant. Well, let us have a look at it and decide whether it's relevant or not. Don't keep mushrooming us all the time. You know? And it just sets up the wrong environment. How can the councillors feel happy in their work or as if they're properly informed if they don't get the information they want? Maybe it is extraneous or irrelevant, but let the councillor have the information. If it's not state secrets, you know, let them have the information and come to the conclusion themselves. We used to get, if in our briefings, we would get to the end of the PowerPoint session and there'd be, you know, if we were lucky, 5 or 10 minutes left. And we'd want to ask a question. No, said the General Manager or the DGM. You can't get into that, that's debate. You have to do that in the chambers tonight. No, it's not debate, it's a question. I want more information. I want to understand X or Y or Z. No, that's debate. Can't have it.
Can I ask you about your source of knowledge about the conduct of briefings in the 2016-2020 term? Was that information that you got from people that was reported to you, or did you have occasion to see that firsthand from time to time?
Look, I didn't get a lot of information on the briefings. No. I knew that there was still a problem going on because, you know, occasionally when I would talk to councillors or I would talk to the public would say they can't get the information because the councillor can't get the information on issues. So as far as I'm aware, because not being a councillor anymore, obviously, you know, there are boundaries you're not meant to cross, and I didn't. But I will say this, and maybe this is not the right area to do it in, as in the right question, but I approached council staff on a couple of issues where things were clearly foundering, and that was in the economic development side of things. And I brought people with solutions, and I offered the General Manager, you know, meetings and amazing solutions. And there was just a wall. There was no interest, absolutely no appetite. It's not our idea, so we're not going to entertain it. You know, staff know best. And that was the same during my term. Staff know best. Don't challenge us, don't question us. It is infuriating, because how can you do your job if you just feel that you're being treated like a 12-year-old that has to sit down in class and be quiet? No wonder councillors got uppity.
Can I ask about the distinction between operational and strategic? Was it your understanding that councillors were in charge of strategic planning and staff were in charge, or the executive were in charge of the day-to-day management and operation?
That's the way it's meant to be.
Did you find, well, two questions, I think I'll break it up. Did you find generally that that was observed, that distinction, during your term?
No, it wasn't. There were some councillors who wanted to delve into the operations side. But I believe the reasons that they wanted to delve into the operations side, even if that's not strictly what they should have been doing, they were doing it because they could see that there were problems. In particular, if you've got a councillor who knows more than the staffer, and it's patently clear, or they know that staff are making operational decisions on issues where they're not even properly equipped, such as the flood study. I mean, the flood study wasn't up to date. Now, in a shire like this, the flood study is critical, because we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about roads, bridges, stormwater, we're talking about DAs being allowed or disallowed
Can I just
within
bring you
flood
back
zones
to,
and things. Sorry?
perhaps bring you back to Mr Parrish's question. Even if a councillor felt they had good reason to delve into operational, that's not the purview of a councillor. Do you agree with that?
I agree. In the terms of what we're set up to do,
Yes.
we are supposed to stay out of operational.
Yes.
I completely understand and agree with that.
Yes.
What do you do then as a councillor? I then frame the question, what do you do if you see expenditure of budgets going haywire in the operational side, and it's quite clear it's because of staff failure?
Well, that's perhaps a slightly different question, but
Yeah.
Because of course the council laws as the elected body,
Sorry?
the council laws as the elected body are responsible for resource allocation and budget matters, so they would be able to address those matters in accordance with their functions. But what I'm
Under
really
normal circumstances.
what I'm really exploring with you is if the councillors had concern about operational matters, the ordinary course to resolve that would be through an approach to the general manager. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and that was tried.
And if that was unsuccessful, or I'll withdraw that, that then highlights, does it not, the importance of a strong working relationship between the general manager and the elected body? Do you agree with that?
Sorry, can you just repeat that again?
The fact that the councillor's ability, I withdraw that, the fact that the way that a councillor may raise an operational concern is appropriately done via the general manager highlights the importance of a strong working relationship between each of the members of the governing body and the general manager of the day. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr Parrish?
Can I ask you now about specifically the meetings during the 16 to 20 term? Did you have occasion to attend those meetings from time to time?
From time to time.
What was the impression left with you when you attended those meetings in respect to the issues we've been talking about?
Ongoing disappointment. because nothing had improved. I felt that staff relations with councillors clearly degenerated. I know that there were staff that were very unhappy with senior staff because they would privately talk to me. The council meetings themselves were sometimes, they were just a mess. They were seriously a mess. And I think for the public coming along and seeing it conducted this way, it would give them no confidence that the ship was in, a safe pair of hands. They were worried, and they had every right to be worried, as in the community I'm talking about. So yeah, they hadn't improved.
Can you just give me some examples of what led you to conclude that the meetings were a mess?
Well, some of them were. You had members of the public calling out over debate. You had whoever was in the chair trying to control councillor outbursts, and because normally you've got your light on if you're the councillor that's speaking, and other councillors be interjecting and carrying over the top of it. You'd have mutterings going on, councillors muttering under their breath, but just enough to be heard, to either get a reaction from the public or to bait the other councillor that was speaking. You had the general manager would often absent herself. More and more it seemed that one of the two GGMs was running the place. The general manager she was publicly absent in the community's view as well. And I think that further upset things, because if you've got a general manager who's leaves the meeting for extensive periods of time, and I can't say why the general manager left the meeting, but it seemed to me that the heat in the room was such that they just wanted out. So yeah, they weren't good.
And you referred to the clear degeneration of the relationship between some staff and councillors. Can you give us some examples that led you to that conclusion?
In my term or in the second term?
In the second term.
I can't give you memory. I think it was, I can't remember specific issues, but I just have pictures in my head of, in particular, the DGM who was really running the show. It was almost a bullying attitude. And
from who to whom?
To the councillor. When people get frustrated on both sides, good behaviour, when it's been going on for a long, long time, good behaviour gets forgotten. And there was clear animosity between this particular DGM and certain councillors. Real animosity. And it was it came across that it was sort of almost like, I'm going to bring you down. No, you're not. I'm going to bring you down. You got that feeling that it was as tough as it could be without people throwing fisticuffs or whatever. And that's a bad atmosphere to be operating in. You had there was a councillor, one of the councillors, and I heard about this. I didn't witness it. So am I allowed to say that?
Yes,
or?
yes,
Right. There was, when the chambers were almost finished, the mayor had sent out, I think, the papers to say that the council meeting was happening in the new rooms. And this councillor turned up at the appointed time in here to be told by the DGM, no, it's not in here, it's you've got to leave this room. And the councillor sort of said, well, it's in the papers, where am I supposed to be? And this descended into a real argy-bargy sorry?
that was me.
I was just annoyed.
Carry on.
Sorry. With the DGM kind of, well, making false statements. It's the only way I can put it. There was something to do with panels or whatever that hadn't been installed in here, and they were in a storeroom. And the DGM said, no, they're not. You know, they were in the storeroom. You know, there was a receipt for them, and they were stored away there. And you know, there was. What can you say? I mean, there was huge frustration on the part of some councillors because they really felt that some staff, not all, and I have to say, I know I'm painting staff in a bit of a light here, but in the lower echelons there were some terrific people, but not in the upper echelons, by and large. And that was where, because the councillors had more, obviously they had very little, if anything, to do with the lower echelons. It was this, the leadership from staff was constantly at war with the councillors, with the majority of the councillors, I would say.
Could I put a proposition to you, and you can agree or disagree with it, that the example you just gave, where a councillor was on premises asking about where panels were, would that be an operational or a strategic
No.
issue?
Sorry, I didn't explain that very well. No, there was a council meeting called, right, for all the usual Wednesday council meeting, or could have been an extraordinary general meeting, I can't remember. But so everybody was meant to be here, according to the papers. Everybody was meant to turn up here at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whatever time. This councillor got here, as per the papers, and was told by the DGM, no, you're not meant to be here. The councillor said, yes, I am, according to the papers. No, you're not. It's somewhere else. And there was a thing about this room not being finished, and it's still a building site. The councillor in question happens to be a builder, so he knows more about building sites than certainly the DGM knew. And he said, well, the DGM said there's something about the panels not being up. And he said, well, the panels are in the storeroom. Why aren't the panels up? So it was, you know, and the DGM was saying, no, they're not, we don't have them, and they were on the premises. It was that. It wasn't really an operational issue. It was staff versus councillor.
Can I ask you about the D8?
Sorry, can I just ask you about that? One view, there's a bit of triviality about some of that, is there not? I mean, the councillor
Sorry?
thought, on one view, there might be a bit of triviality about how that descended into such an issue. I mean, the councillor thought he had to be here. Something had happened to mean it. He wasn't meant to be here. How did it descend to being such a significant issue?
Personalities.
Yes, thank you.
And I take it you were giving that as an example of how there was a lack of, there would have been a denigration in the relationship between some staff.
There was no respect between councillors to staff, staff to councillors.
Yes, and that was an example of it. Yes, thank you. Can I ask you about the DA process, and just due to time in our terms of reference, I'll try and concentrate it on the 2016-2020 term, which you observed meetings from time to time. Can I ask you about your impression of the DA process whereby DAs were called up to council and dealt with in council? There is now a local planning panel in place. Do you think the councillors are best placed to deal with these planning decisions, or in your view, is it appropriate or a good idea now for them to be with the local planning panel? Do you have a view on that?
Okay, tough one. I think the process that I witnessed was that the majority of DAs were never called up to council because they were complied, or, you know, they weren't contentious. It was somebody building a garage or somebody building a new house, basic, you know, on the block of land to the right, you know. And the majority of those, you know, weren't called up. What I did see was if a councillor either personally knew the proponent and either had an axe to grind against that proponent or had a friend who had an axe to grind against that proponent, it would get called up. So it became an opportunity to cause problems for a DA on spurious terms. In terms of having a panel, I think DAs should be absolutely at arm's length from councillors. I think the nature of just human nature gets in the way, particularly in a shire like this, because it's a very small shire in terms of population. So if you're a councillor, chances are everybody knows that you're a councillor, you know a lot of people, and it's a situation which is going to, unfortunately, attract negative associations, relationships, etc., around decision making. So you get decisions being made that are completely against what they should be, and they're made as payback or as, you know, as a favour to a friend or whatever. So we've seen that happen. To have it done at arm's length by a panel, I think, is a good idea, providing, however, and this is a big caveat on it, providing that the LEP and the DCPs are fit for purpose for the shire in question. As it stands, this shire's LEP and DCPs are fighting against the future of the shire. They are a critical reason why there are so many problems here. If you've got an LEP and DCPs that the community in general are happy with, then an arm's length panel should be able to simply follow the, join the dots and make a decision based on consistency. If you don't, you get massive inconsistency, which is what we have here. Huge inconsistency in decision making around planning.
Can I ask you, referred to witnessing certain DAs being called up to council because one or other councillor had a personal interest in it. And I don't mean that in a pecuniary or
No,
non-pecuniary
I know what you mean.
conflict. Was that something you witnessed in both your term and the 2016-2020 term?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Parrish, I might have missed part of your question. When you were describing the interest, what did you mean by interest?
Personal interest.
As in, help me.
I meant it in a non-conflict of interest
Thank you.
sense,
All right.
which was what I was trying to clarify.
Did
I
the
wasn't
witness understand that?
suggesting- Pardon me?
Could you just put the question again so we're all on the same page? You and Ms. Campbell might be, and I might be the one who's not quite there, but
Seems to be the case.
Sorry, is that being re-asked?
Yes, I will re-ask it
Okay.
in a clearer way. You mentioned witnessing DAs being called up in respect of councillors who had a personal interest in it. Is that correct?
Did you say impersonal or
A
personal?
personal interest in that DA.
Yes.
And when you mean personal interest, you're not suggesting that there's a conflict of interest in a pecuniary or non-pecuniary sense. You mean it in a inquisitorial or curiosity sense. Is that correct?
Both.
Or both?
Both.
In the curious or inquisitorial sense, is that something you witnessed in both terms?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to go on to a slightly different topic, if that's okay, Commissioner. You've just given some evidence about the role of councillor in a community the size of this community. From your experience and in your view when you were councillor, is it your view that when you're a councillor, you're always a councillor out in society, in the sense that you can never take off your councillor hat and make comments or do things and say, I'm only doing that in a personal citizen capacity? Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I think that's the case because it's so small a community in that sense. Yes, I certainly during my time, wherever I went, people recognised that and the conversation or the issue or the whatever. So yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any other specific topics to canvass, Commissioner, unless you want to. Is there anything else you want to address us on in respect to the terms of reference?
Yeah. I think the way councils evolved originally in the 1800s is a very different situation to where we find ourselves now in the 21st century. And back in the day, the community heavyweights were generally the councillors, the lead lawyer, the lead doctor, the lead, landowner, etc. So we filtered down into a current situation where the legacy of that means that councillors, by and large, are probably not fit for purpose. And we're talking about now councils that are run, they are a business. They're $100 million plus businesses. And when you have people who are elected into a situation that they really have no experience in, the running of a business, and the understanding of how business operates, and the entanglements of personal connections throughout the community, overlaying that personal history within a shire, you're setting up problems that become very complex. And I think you only have to look at New South Wales's history of the councils that are now currently in administration or have recently been in administration. We've had one only a week or two ago, Central Coast. When I was on council in the first term, my only term, two of us wanted administration called in then. We felt that the situation was so bad and we wanted administration brought in. It was never going to happen because of political interference. And I think that there needs to be massive reform about how councillors are selected for shires. If we are to get away from these constant issues where you've either got a situation like ours with great antagonism, lack of trust, lack of transparency, etc., going on, or you go into areas where you've got massive budgetary problems, councils going into administration because they're broke. And you've got a situation where you've got bureaucrats on one side and they're doing things presumably to the best of their ability, but if you don't have at the head the right leadership, and there's an old saying, fish rots from the head. And it was very true with our council, because if you don't have that strong leadership, you're going to have councillors at war, you're going to have staff that are unhappy. I had one staffer come to me on a situation to do with the asbestos on our roads. And I think he was a manager at that time in his department. And he's a fully grown man, and he's in tears to me because he is terrified of the DGM and the bullying that was going on. And he said, please don't, I'm trying to get this problem solved as fast as I can, please don't say anything to the DGM because, I just can't take any more. You had staff here that, when I first got elected, I realised that there'd never been an audit done of all of our assets. Our buildings, our parks, our public toilets, our everything. So I finally got the approval to have a committee formed to look into it. And the staff, I was given the opportunity to meet the staff. So this is the real underlings, if you like, in the hierarchy of things. And my first question to them was, what would you like to see done with this department? And they looked at each other like it was a trick question. And eventually I said, well, just tell me what you want. And they said, nobody's ever asked us that before. So if the culture and the You know, if the leadership is lacking, you're not going to get good outcomes. You're going to have systemic breakdowns between staff, between councillors. I really do think there needs to be a complete overhaul as to who can run for council and how they're selected. I think by and large, you just do not get the right calibre of people. You're paying peanuts, you get monkeys. There's another expression. To be a councillor is a full-time job if you're going to do it properly. It's not a part-time job that you fit in between other things and you rock up and you just make a ruling on a DA or a ruling on this and you rubber stamp whatever staff is telling you. That's the wrong approach. It's a full-time commitment. It should be properly remunerated as such, but equally, how you elect and find those people, I think, needs reform, big reform. And I'll say also, just from the sake of this council, is even though there are councillors here who represent the different political parties, our problems never stemmed from that. The party politics didn't come into it. Well, maybe fractionally here and there, but by no means were the cause of problems. What else did I want to say? I really think a lot of problems that were caused by councillors and the behaviour that you saw in our council, 2 terms, were very often driven by passion, strong belief that justice in some way or other wasn't being served.
Just on that,
And I know we're not a court of law, but when I say justice not being served, that the mechanisms that they were being asked to make decisions via were failing what really needed to happen.
but there's, assuming that to be the case for the purposes of my next question.
Sorry?
I'm assuming that, just assume, as you say, that some of the behaviours were driven by passion and strong beliefs, etc. You don't offer that as an excuse for a breach of obligations under the Local Government Acts, do you?
No, I don't offer that. You know, that's like saying, well, she was driven to murder because, you know, she was wound up about it, or he was wound up about it. There's another way of looking at that. And this is going to sound a bit feminist, and I'm not really, but, you know, if Emily Pankhurst and her friends hadn't kind of gotten a bit rough, chaining themselves to gates, when would women have gotten the vote? Unfortunately, sometimes it takes the envelope being pushed for attention to be drawn to problems. I don't make excuses for it, but I'm saying at the same time, you've tried every other course. You've gone to the DLG and you said there's a problem. The DLG doesn't want to know about it. You've gone to the press. The press aren't interested because it's a little shire outside Sydney. Who gives a... You know, but the DLG is supposed to be the body that either as a bureaucrat or a councillor you can go to and say, we've got a problem. Or you go to the minister as a last resort. And if you get no support, you don't get listened to, you don't get any kind of support back or even acknowledgement, what do? So here we are, here is this shire in administration because councillors got to the point where tempers boiled over. And that is a really sad indictment of how councils are in the modern era. And this is not the only one. So that tells us something. That tells us that the current model is a flawed model. And sure, behaviour, words, thumpings of tables, whatever. But for me to be threatened by a deputy general manager and a general manager because I feel that I'm being led by staff's report and seriously being led, and I knew that report was flawed, and I'm being told to backtrack and apologise. I'm sorry, I'm not going to. You know, we're here for the community. The community, and one of the things I've noticed from these hearings to date is it's the community is telling you the same thing. There is something, it's not all the councillors' fault, not by any stretch. I'm not saying all councillors were good guys all the way, all the time. No, they weren't. Were they guilty of being mischievous? Yes. Were they guilty of being, you know, rude or abusive at times? Most likely. But you've got you're at the end of your tether, and the DLG won't back you up. You've got nowhere to go. You're also not allowed. We're not politicians. We've got to remember that. We're not covered by the same things that state and federal pollies are covered by. So for us to get change, for us to, as community representatives, what else can you do? You're driven to the point where you have to bang the table. I mean, Station Street was the biggest.
I think I understand the point
So on.
that
Anyway,
you make. Mr. Parrish?
probably had enough.
No. You've made the point forcefully. I understand what you say. That'll be a matter that I have to consider in my ultimate.
Sorry?
I understand the point you make,
Okay.
is what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell.
Miss.
Mrs. Campbell.
Is there an application? Thank you. Thank you for coming along today.
Sorry?
Thank you for coming along today. That completes your evidence. Mr. Parrish, is there any reason why Ms. Campbell will not be excused?
No reason.
You're excused from further attendance and your summons, and
Thank
you're
you.
free to go.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Let's hope some good comes out of it.
No further
What's
witnesses today.
All right, is there anything else I need to deal with today?
No.
All right. We'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. It's on the website. I would have, I'd forgotten. But